Whereabouts, everybody?
Hey,
Sorry, I don't
Crimson.
have a camera.
Crimson, watch this dude. I think he's a bit of a strange one. Hey, Bruce.
Yes.
Bruce, tell us
Can you hear me?
your party trick.
Tell us what?
Your party trick.
Well, I don't have you in the headphone. You're coming through the speaker. I had to turn it up. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Oh, okay. Sorry. No, I just heard you speak then. I think that you're more rational than your mate, so I won't hassle you until I get to know you better. So what do you do, Bruce? What's your thing?
I'm a unemployed salesman currently. I got to figure this out. Sorry. I'm currently an unemployed salesman looking for the perfect sales gig, and I'm a courier. I ride around and get paid like UPS, same day drop off and pick up. I'm home every night. I get out right off all the miles, and it's the best tax-free job I've ever had.
Ah, right. Oh, so you do have work, so you're not unemployed at the minute?
No, I have work. I'm an unemployed salesman. I'm actually a salesman by trade. I'm just not in the sales arena.
Yeah. Oh, that's good to hear, mate.
You wouldn't think that I would have productive friends, Rob. See,
yeah,
let me lay some wisdom on you. You ready? Are you sitting down? Listen to me. Hold on.
Greg, you
Listen,
don't
write
understand.
this down. Write this down. This is something to live by. Success breeds success. Just one to write down, buddy. If you surround yourself with successful people, then you too will become successful. You know why I'm going to have my $1 million soon? Because I'm surrounded by these guys. I'm all up in their day, every day, doing all kinds of favors, giving that extra customer service because I want something. I want my $1 million. So they're going to teach me how to make it.
Yep.
Do you know Bruce here thinks I need to write a book, Rob? And he's serious.
That sounds like a good idea. What would the book be about?
Actually, the book would be about customer service and sales. And I would call that book How to Have Your Way Every Day, 98.7% of the time. How y'all like that?
98.7%. That's pretty high. That's good.
Yes, sir. Is it true, Bruce? You're a living witness. Do I get my way every day, 98% of the time?
Gotta go now. Fuck you, Reuven. Jeez, you're a prick. Anyway, goodbye, guys.
I'll help you to the door. How about that, man? I'll get you out if you gotta go. No problem to me.
Do what? No.
You having a religious experience over there, Crimson? Who are you talking to, Jesus?
No, my mommy.
Oh, okay. Oof, you had me a little worried there.
No. Yeah, he is annoying.
I think Rob, isn't that the most that was actually went well this time. He usually throws up a fuss. He went
I have this effect on Rob. I don't know what it is, but
that's
I really
good.
get his blood pressure up. Yes.
Probably intimidation. So.
He's a nice guy, though.
He's on the verge of a nervous breakdown, in my opinion. Most people agree on that.
He looks like it. He looks stretched.
Yeah.
His forehead gets shiny when he gets worked up. Crimson, is that like Crimson for Crimson Tide? Is that what that is?
No, it's just a name that I picked out so nobody knows my real name because a lot of pervs come on here and stuff, so they don't need to know my business and my name.
Yeah, I don't have many women pervs bother me. It's kind of disappointing. Why are there not more women perverts in the world?
Kitty!
There goes the laptop.
Love you too, Damien. Love you too. God, Kitty.
That was a ride.
That's too much affection. Damn it, Kitty.
I'll say. Look at your shirt. They done ripped it all up.
No, my cat's not the child of Satan.
Are you sure?
Oh, I'm pretty sure. He's a ninja, though. He acts just like one, running back and forth through the house like a speed kitty. So.
Bruce, you still there? Bruce. I have lost my friend.
Well, we got to hold of Bruce. Prescott, how's your day been today, man?
Oh, wasn't too bad. Didn't do anything. Took the day off.
Anything on the agenda?
Just back at my place, trying to catch up on some work. I got a big long list of things that I got to do this weekend. So.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, Hangouts is not on the list, just so you know. So if you see me on Hangouts, it means that I'm not doing stuff on the list.
Sorry about that. I was updating my photo. I thought it might work. It didn't work.
It's okay, Prescott. I won't take it personal.
No, you probably will see me on Hangouts. You just need to, I'm just saying, if you do see me when you see me, that's the situation. Bruce, when you were updating your profile photo, is that like on the Google?
If it's on the Google side, you have to restart the browser.
Got to restart the browser.
Yeah, it takes a while for it to take otherwise.
Well, next time you'll see a cereal box of Captain Crunch, okay?
Yeah, well, we see it.
Okay.
But only when you talk. That's kind of weird.
And yes, that's weird. And yes, Greg is right 98.7% of the time. People that aren't used to it are just amazing. I mean, he can go into a restaurant while he's ordering food and ask for a bread tie. One person will tell him no, and next person will go get one off a loaf of bread and give it to him. It's amazing how he gets his way.
It's all in the presentation and the approach.
Yeah, you wouldn't have a problem selling the book at that point. I mean, good presentation. Sell it itself, you know.
Sounds like
I got some good
Ram
shit.
commercials.
I brought what I have.
What did you say, Prescott? God doesn't run commercials.
No. I said he sounds like he should be doing Dodge Ram commercials.
What? Yeah. Well, you know, part of sales is the voice inflection.
Oh, yeah.
And if I'm like in the actual close, sometimes I'll always make sure I keep eye contact. I'm huge with that. I'll follow them around. I'll literally follow them around to keep their eyes locked. But I'll get real close in on them, and I'll start talking real low. And then I'll pick back up to a different tone. And man, it's like literally just pulls them back in, lets them off, pulls them in. I used to sell swimming pools. I love that job.
Tell them about the pen.
Oh, my magic wand. Yeah, man, I use my pen. I've had the same pen for almost 2 decades now. And I'll take it, and people's eyes follow your pen when you're in a sales situation, because you're not the bad guy. The pen is. Because the pen brings permanence. It brings decision. So they follow this pen. So I'll let them follow it for a few minutes, and then I'll let them touch it. I'll hand it to them. I'll let them hold it for a minute. Then I take it back. Can't have it too long. But really, that takes away the edge and the nervousness. And I always make sure they sign it with my pen. Whatever they're signing, whether it's a PO or a contract. I love sales, though. Done it all my life. That's why I kind of want to write a book. You like sales, Cranston? You know you do it every day, don't you?
I
Everybody
was gonna say I went to school for it, so I kind of have to like it.
Did you learn how to close?
Yep, fashion design.
Who's your favorite closer?
My favorite person right now is what's his name? Not Calvin Klein. Uh,
Carnegie?
I think I want to call him Alexander something, but I can't think of his last name. I have a pair of his jeans. That's so sad because I can't think of his name right now.
You know all.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, that's like that light bulb. Come on, let talk shine
No,
on me. What was you gonna say?
I was gonna say Michael Kors is another good person I like.
I tell you a good book. If you've never read it, you should read. Everybody should read it at least once. It's by Dale Carnegie. It's written in the early 1900s. It's called How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's a very powerful book.
That's one of the best books ever, in my opinion.
Thank you, sir. Hey, have you read much of Zig Ziglar?
No, the only self-help book I've ever read is that Dale Carnegie book.
Man, I read See You at the Top when I was 17 years old, and Zig Ziglar was probably my first mentor in sales. And then my daddy turned me on to How to Win Friends and Influence People.
What I don't like is a lot of people mischaracterize the book and say that it's teaching you how to be manipulative.
No, if they ever read the first stinking page of that book, they would know that's not the case.
Exactly. Like, he stresses all throughout the book that you want to adopt these changes as you want to change your personality and mean it. Like, he stresses over and over, if you're faking it, it's not going to work and it's disingenuous.
I get more, man. I get more. Part of getting my way every day is because I actually really do put the other person ahead of me. My client, my coworkers, my friends, my family. Because at 50, it took to 50 to figure it out. I mean, I had some rough times between 40 and 50 on, not being, front of the line kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it ain't so bad being at the end of the line. I used to watch my daddy and my granddaddy, at the family dinners, and I'd kill myself to be front of that damn line. Be first one to cut into that casserole. Oh, God, man, the reunions and the food I ate growing up. But they would always wait till everybody else is done eating their food. Then they'd go over and fix their plate. I always wondered why they was never in a hurry, to get to the food. But there's always plenty of food there. And sometimes what's left on the very edges, the part that gets just a tiny bit overcooked, everybody passes up. Well, sometimes that's actually the best part. And it got left for you because you waited to be last. Funny how that happens, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really, it's about perception, man, how we choose to look at something, how we choose to perceive it. And that's what. Well, the other problem with everything is nobody knows how to critically think no more. Nobody critically thinks shit. They just take it for the way it's given.
Yep, that's a big problem.
That's how we ended up with Obama. People don't critically think through their day. And I mean, this deals with their coworkers, their friends, their family. They don't. Shit, I don't understand it. Sorry.
What was the other option, though? Mitt Romney? Come on.
Understanding who that man was and not putting him in there twice. But see, nobody thinks. They think that their vote counts. They think they know their candidate. They think they know something about their candidate, when in actuality they don't. Yeah, I don't know if it was Jay Leno or which one it was, but took a walk up there in New York, right there on Wall Street, and was asking assholes in suits and ties basic questions like, who's Secretary of State? Who's vice president? These fuckers ain't got a clue. You're vice president now. Now you work a corporate job on Wall Street and you don't know who the vice president is? Or couldn't show somebody on a map where Afghanistan was? I mean, somebody literally pointed to Hawaii. You know, it just makes you think, wow, I am surrounded by stupidity. Idiocracy. Idiocracy.
Well, we live in a country where you can afford to be ignorant, basically.
You know, and that's sad too, Doug, because we have so much to offer. And, you know, at 50, I can look back and see the change that's happened in the last 30 years since I graduated high school. You know, I was with some friends a couple weeks ago, and the discussion of college tuition and college loans and all of this come up. And, you know, these kids come out of school with $100,000 debt right off the damn bat, man. 50 to 100 grand. They got this degree. They already were raised with the mentality of gimme, gimme, gimme something. Work. What's that? So now they come out, they have this huge debt. They'll never get out from under for the rest of their natural born lives. They probably won't ever be able to buy a home. They might can afford a micro apartment, but their credit will be shot before they even get started. And with these loans through the government, people don't understand how they're structured. They just keep going up and up and up in the interest every year. It does not end. So these people, well, it'll be like one of those payday loans. They won't be able to escape. They won't be able to escape. So I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know what we're going to do. When you ain't got an understanding of how everything works, and they've mixed up your identity and your roots, and you don't know who your great-grandmama is, you can't even tell me her name or anything about her, then how do you know who you are? If you ain't got no roots, you ain't got no education, then how can you make a logical decision on who to vote for president? Oh, well, he looks good. Oh, he tells good jokes. That's a good reason to vote for him. Yeah.
Or more likely, he's gonna give me some payola somehow.
Right. Right. And gonna get a Obama phone, you know, and that's the ticket he came in on. But see, they didn't figure it out real quick, and he ain't giving them nothing. He's taking away. But they should do that. You know, if you look at Detroit in 1958, man, the streets is bustling, traffic everywhere. The car factories are kicking, people are smiling, neighborhoods look really nice. I mean, shit, they didn't even have landscape companies back then, but they still had manicured lawns because they had pride. They had pride. They had pride in what they were building. Some of the best vehicles we had come from 1955 to 1965. I mean, badass vehicles. Because we had something, but then we test marketed something in 1960 in Detroit called entitlements. And look at what happened. Look at Detroit today. And no, that happened in 2 decades. And when we putting out these kids, y'all, my son is as dumb as a rock. Way worse than I was when I graduated high school. I'm totally self-educated. I had to unlearn everything they learned me in school because the shit wasn't right. At least history, science, and everything. Maybe grammar. Well, even that's not right entirely. But it's hard to. In math, I don't think they can bullshit you on math. It's the numbers are what they are. But history, sociology, civics was important. But I had civics in the 8th grade. Who give a shit about civics by the time you're a senior? There's no patriotism. I had it. I joined the military right out of high school, and it was peacetime because I felt like it's what I was supposed to do. My daddy did it. My granddaddy did it. My great-granny, my great-great-granddaddy. My ancestors and granddaddies have fought in every war this country's had since the 1600s. I know their names. I know what they did. I can tell you about my great-great-great-granddaddy and the slaves he owned, how many he owned, where he lived, where his farm was, what he did, how he died. My son can do the same thing. Now, what if everybody, y'all, did that with their children? What if everybody sat down and had supper together at the table without the fucking television or cell phones? See, they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing when they introduced rock and roll. They knew it would bust our culture. So I guess the question we ask is, what do we do from here? Besides bleed.
Well, I don't see a bright future. I tend to be pretty pessimistic.
I try not to be that way, man, but I am too. Damn it.
Yeah, I don't want to be, but I just don't see any. I don't see any evidence of a reversal or something that could cause a reversal, other than, you know, stuff getting bad and people coming to their senses as far as being aware of what the government's doing and some of the negative effects of our cultural changes and stuff like that. But so far, if I had to predict the future, like, I would say it would just continue on how it's been going.
Well, it'll be further advancement towards the demise of the Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah, I mean, it will keep the same trend.
More radicalism on the front of religion and such. But yeah, I don't. This is where I get into the brain melting part, so I got to be careful here. It's a bigger picture than most realize. There's deeper connections that go way, 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 way back, y'all. I mean, back beyond the days of Egypt and Babylon. I mean,
yeah,
it's high magic, literally.
Yeah.
And it's the spell's on us. It'll backfire on them, make no mistake.
How you doing, Nephilim Free? We're talking about the moral decay of America. How are you today?
I'd like to answer John's question about how are we going to do better and shine. The only way we're going to shine is till we start having shiny people. That's the only way we're going to have a better outlook. People have to wake up and find the light within and spread the word and wake up other people. And I'm not talking gospel. I'm talking truth.
Here, here.
I don't think people like truth, though, or shiny light.
Well, first of all, they're not even in touch with their bullshit detector and don't see bullshit for bullshit. I mean, if your lie detector is working, you laugh at these politicians because you know they're just feeding us a line of stuff, and you know what they really mean. I mean, Clinton was one of the great hypnotizers. He literally would start a story, start another story, split the mind, and the average weak-minded person, even if they're awake, cannot handle the multiple trains of thought. And he leads them down a path, like, you know, the carrot in front of the horse. And they just get lost because they don't think for themselves. It's like Greg said, no critical thinking. They want to be shown instant gratification, send me a link, that kind of thing. Not find it for yourself and search, you know, not only within, but search without. I mean, if you don't ask questions of the universe, how are you going to find the answer? How is it going to know to find you?
That's a good point. See, we don't slow down enough, y'all, to question our days. You know, we run in autopilot. Back in the 90s, when the internet was young, well, the World Wide Web, I had come across this thing called The Work. It was 7 chapters of an unfinished book that changed my life. I don't know any other way Maybe it was the time in my life that I read it. It just made so much fucking sense. And so it was mostly talked about attention and focus and the fact that it is energy and how to maintain control of your attention, not to allow it to be taken out of you without your control. It discussed the many eyes that we have in ourselves that take center stage at appropriate times. You have an eye for work. You have an eye for home. You have an eye for your best friend. You have an eye for your acquaintances. Everybody has different eyes, but it emphasized the importance to get to just one single eye to rule over all the others. So that way you maintained your attention. And it used an example of, like, say you come up on a traffic accident and everybody's standing around. If you look at their faces, they're in the moment. Some of them are in what's called the third level of awareness at that moment, because it may be something they've never seen. It's shocking to the system and to the brain. Wow, never seen that. But you can see, man, their energy is being drawn out of them. It explained that there are 3 states of awareness. There's level 1, that's sleep. You're asleep. That's REM. Everybody does it. Then there's what's called the second level of awareness, which is autopilot, which is where we spend 99.9% of our day on autopilot. We're just over here. We're like a feather in the wind, just whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Most people, your mind drifts off and daydream. You're driving down the road. You know, your mind's going where it goes. There's no control of directed thought. And then there's the third level of awareness. Now that's where we should strive to be every day, because that's where permanent memories are made. That's where things are actually really hit home. But we only hit that intermittently. Like, I'll give you an example. If I asked you to tell me about your most traumatic day of your life, it could have been as a kid, it could have been last week, could have been 10 years ago. But you could tell me a whole lot of details about that moment. I mean, a shit ton of details. You could probably tell me what you was wearing, what you was driving, who was with you, what their name was, what you had for lunch. I mean, you could tell me all these details because it's solidified right there in your brain, buddy. But let me ask you what you did the day before that, or how about the week before that? Or tell me what you did this day last week. Or how about the week before that? No, you can't just say I went to work, because you do that every day. No, you got, and I do this to people a lot because it jars them. Like I told you a while ago, it jars them for a second. And I'll stick to them. I'll keep asking them, what'd you do? Tell me something. Come on, you remember at least one thing about the day, don't you? And they just draw it blank because they were in the second level of awareness. They were in autopilot. They had no control of their thoughts. They were just pulled out of them or just drifted like the wind. So when I read these things, and then it also talked about cards, the suits, the hearts, the clubs, the diamonds, what they meant, how they connected to the tarot, how they originated, and how they were in relations to the emotional centers that we have. It was really cool on that aspect. That was like chapter 7. But then I lost the book. I actually had it printed and copied out, and I had given it to a friend, and I never got it back.
Hey, Roger, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, man.
You know, the highest achievement would be immortality. Have you achieved that yet?
Well, hang on just a second.
All right.
I'm here, bud.
You sell me yours?
Oh. when I get a replacement. Immortality, we are immortal, man. We are spiritual beings having a human experience.
Humans are not born, not immortal from birth. You're
No,
mortal.
not human, not your skin. No, these are physical. These are.
No, your spirit is
cars.
not immortal when you're born. You're mortal. Your spirit will die unless it's given immortality.
No, I disagree because spirit is energy, and energy doesn't die.
Spirit is more than energy. Energy alone is just the potential for work. That's all.
Perhaps it could dissipate into some form, into another, but I think that there is something to work towards, and that's to get off the wheel of life. Maybe not to be reborn.
Well, I would agree with you in a way in that. I would say that the world itself, as we see it, the world that we're a part of, is not the ultimate goal. That I would agree with. This is just this is the place we pass through. This is not the ultimate goal. Is not this place. I would agree with that much.
But I feel like maybe sort of like there may be like soul lessons or something. You know, back around the same time when I was talking about that work, I came across this book. This was trippy. It was 2003, I think, 2002 when the book released, but it was called Matrix 5. Well, I had read some excerpts out of this book. It was deep. It was some deep shit.
Yeah, Gregory, I would offer you a different perspective. I would say human beings are mortal when they're born, and we're destined to die. That means our spirit too.
Well, you start dying the day you're born, yeah.
But to live for eternity, we have to be given eternity. See, I have eternity. I am immortal.
You got Jesus? You have Jesus?
I do.
I
have the Creator.
Yeah, I do too. Any Creator blessed? No, used to be. I actually renounced mine. I actually renounced, threw it back at him.
Well, then you don't have him
with vengeance.
Gregory, I don't want to be a downer, but I'll just tell you this: if you don't have him, your spirit will die. You're destined for death.
We should have dialogue one day when we have more time on the story of the Messiah and the Christ, who he is, what he is, where your religion comes from, and man, we can go way back. I love this stuff.
I know who Jesus is. He's the Creator. He is the one who began it all.
Hold on just a second.
It all came from His Word.
Just a second. Hold on.
He spoke it all into existence. I've got a question. Where in the Bible does it say Jesus' birthday is December the 25th?
It doesn't.
That's because we adopted a pagan holiday.
That's right. It's true.
Well, you're the first Christian I've seen to agree with me. Thank you.
Yeah, Jesus was actually born, it's estimated, between 4 and 6 BC. They believe the best minds that have put their heads to it.
What month was he born in? What month?
He was born in, I don't know the exact month. I believe it was in the fall, and it was in Bethlehem.
I think you would be correct to say the fall.
I think he might be even a Virgo, the individual by the sun
known
sign.
As Jesus.
Yeah, he was marked for death from his birth. The scriptures tell us that he was wrapped in. Joseph and Mary were dirt poor. You know, they didn't have anything. And the only cloth that they have was swaddling cloth. And what swaddling cloth is it's a long, thin strip of cloth that they wrap a dead person in. You know, they wrap like a mummy. You know, they wrap it, but it's thicker than that, wider than that. It's like a foot wide or a foot and a half wide, I think. And you wrap somebody's corpse in this before you entomb it. And that's the only cloth they had because it was dirt cheap to get. You know, it's not good for much. You can't hardly make any clothes out of it. You know, and so, but that's all they had. So they wrapped baby Jesus in this swaddling cloth, and God had it done that way for a reason. That was to show that He was marked for the death of our sin, from His very birth. So, at His birth, He was already marked for death to take our place. And just so this thing, I would say this. It is. It's amazing, and I would offer you this that man's ability to enlighten himself is extremely limited. We're walking through this world kind of blindsided. And we don't have any kind of built-in spiritual abilities to enlighten ourselves or see through any third eye or any of that kind of stuff. That's Hinduism and spiritualism, and it amounts to nothing. It can get no wisdom from that at all. There's no wisdom to be found in those ideas. The truth is something that people reject, and they reject it for emotional reasons. They reject it, and I understand why. They reject it because it means accepting guilt and requiring humility towards your Creator. A lot of people don't want to go there, so they just reject Christianity outright and say, no, because, that's that Christian guy, and he expects me to get on my knees and ask him to forgive him for all the wrongs that I've done. I don't really like that idea. Don't want to do that. So that guy, he's out. Forget Christian. Forget that Christ guy. But then, hey, look at it from this perspective. If you were the Creator, wouldn't you expect your creation to humble itself to you? If you were infinitely power and had infinite power, infinite knowledge, and were morally perfect, you would expect your lowly creation to humble itself to you, wouldn't you? I think so. That's a reasonable place to be. It's reasonable, I think, to expect God to expect us to humble ourselves before Him if He's all that He says He is. And but a lot of people don't want to do that. It's just human pride. They just don't want to. No, I'm not going to do that. I'll find some other religion. I'll find some other philosophy. But that Christian guy, nah, he wants me to get on my knees and tell him I'm a sinner and be forgiven. I don't really go for that. That's what happens in this world with a lot of people. And so they grab onto what they can. Anything that tickles their ears and makes them feel good about themselves and gives them what they think is some kind of answer to the problems of the world, something they can hang on to, something that feels good to them. People are looking for religion that feels good to them, that makes them feel good about themselves. They don't want to feel like a sinner. They don't want to cry a tear to God and say, God, look what I've done. I need to be forgiven of it. They don't want that. No. I'll find a religion that tickles my fancy. It makes me feel good. Makes me feel good about myself and think I can go around thinking I'm a great guy. I'm great. Because that religion says I am. But that's just not the truth. I mean, look at human history. Human history is full of famine, war, disease, death, man's inhumanity to man. Look how they treated Jesus. I mean, they whipped him till his skin was split wide open. They spit in his face, threw rocks in his face, pushed a crown of thorns down into his scalp, and nailed him to a cross. Then that wasn't enough. A Roman soldier comes along with a 4-foot wide spear and stabs him in the gut, and his water pours out. That wasn't enough. They had to go on and stab him. See, bad enough he's hung on a cross and his bones are all out of joint, and because his body's weight is pulling on his tendons on his arms, and it's in excruciating pain. That's not enough. No, stab him. And he went through that, but he did it out of love, though. See, that's God's love for His creation. He doesn't want you to go through that. He did it for you. See, and that's an interesting thing. If you compared all the religions of the world, you find there's really two. There's only two. There's the truth, and then there's all the other stuff. And here's the thing that separates the truth from all the other stuff. If you consider Buddhism, Hinduism, Taoism, any of these other philosophies, these mythologies, I call them, they're all even Islam, they're all works processes. They're self-help programs. They're like a self-help book. How do you get into the door of the Creator? How do you get into His kingdom? Well, you make yourself good enough. You be good, and you do good things for other people enough that God's toes are tickled, and He smiles at you and says, come on in, you're a good guy. But that's just not the truth. See, the truth is that man can't do anything to make himself good enough. There's no way you can go back and ask yourself that if you go back into the past and make anything you've ever done wrong go away. You can't, because the past is past. It's over with. You can't reach back into the past and undo anything you've ever done that's wrong. And I can't either. And I've done wrongs. And I think every reasonable human being would acknowledge they've done things that are wrong in their life. So, but you can't do that, see? So how can man fix the wrongs that he's done? Well, you can't, see? So how do we can't fix this problem. The problem gets fixed because God is good enough and loves us enough to do it for us, to pay the price for the sin, so that He can declare it gone and innocent. See, that's fiction, and that separates Christianity from every religion in this world. And that's why all the religions of the world are like self-help programs. The Christianity is different because the God of the Bible says, you can do nothing to make yourself good enough to be in my holy presence. There's nothing you can do. You can't do it. And you can't go back into the past and undo any of the wrong things you've ever done. Because the past is in the history. It's in gone. He's eternal, and we're mortal. See, He lives it without outside of time. We're stuck within it. So you can't go back and undo. So how does it get undone? Well, because God is holy, see, He can't allow anything that's wrong to continue. It has to be fixed. He can't stand the idea of evil existing. It has to be repaired. And that means every wrong thing that everybody's ever done has to be undone.
Are you referring to Yahweh?
Yes, sir. And so because He's holy, see, every sin has to be paid for. There's a price for every one. But being loving enough and good enough, then He was willing to do it in our place. See, we're the ones that deserve to be on the cross, not Him. And that's a tremendous act of love on His behalf, that He was willing to go through what He did for us. But anyway, I'll just point out that that's the difference between the truth and all the mythologies in the world and all the philosophies and the Hinduism and the third eye crap and all that stuff. Is those are self-help programs whereby man supposedly makes himself good enough to be godlike.
That would be Luciferianism, which isn't far removed from where you are.
Hinduism, Taoism, Buddhism, they're all the same in that way. They're all self-help programs.
Well, but see, Evan, they all spawned at the same time. Even your religion spawned out of Babylon. When your Israelites that wrote your Judaism were held captive for 250 years, man. Let's just take things as they really are in the real world. How much change has America seen in 200 years?
Christianity
wasn't horse-drawn carts in 200 years ago.
But Christianity wasn't spawned from Babylon.
No. A lot of your Bible was scribed during that time.
That's just when it was written down.
But go further back than that. Go to Abraham, man. Who exactly he was and what the Chaldees were. And you could say, well, God drew him out of there because of the evilness. Was actually, we ain't got time to go here today. That's why I left, Evan. That's why I left. And I tell you what, before I go, there's something that still perplexes me to this day, and Bruce is my witness, because Bruce took some of the shit off of me back in the 80s and the 90s when I wasn't a really nice guy, and he got shit on multiple times. That was when I was a Christian, man. That was when I had, That was when I had Jesus. Hold on. That was when I had Jesus. I was a Christian. I was an asshole, Evan. I had this attitude that, hey, I could do any fucking thing I want because I got Jesus. I'm forgiven. I got the blood of Jesus gonna save my day. I can be a total dick and still get to heaven. Hold on.
That's not what Christianity teaches. That's not what Christianity teaches.
Let me finish.
You didn't have Jesus, friend. You didn't have him.
No, and I don't want Jesus.
You didn't.
I don't want Jesus.
Well, then don't say you were a Christian. You weren't a Christian then.
I was.
No, you
because
weren't.
when I was a kid, when I went to church for the first 18 years of my life, when I went to church, raised as a Southern Baptist in a conservative Christian family, I was an asshole, Evan. I cheated on my girlfriend. I was an adulterer. I did all kinds of things.
We're all sinners.
I dealt drugs. I was just an asshole. But the day I give it back, don't want it. Yeah, I tell you what, I done figured out something ain't right about you.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. I am a logical individual. Things don't add up. They don't make sense at all.
What doesn't make sense?
But then I thought, but here's where it really got me, man. I didn't have any self-accountability, Evan. I always had somebody else to throw it off on. I had Jesus to forgive me. Hold on. Now, half of my family's Catholic. They had confessional. But I thought about all of this. I thought about my Catholic family. I thought about my grandparents, my Southern Baptist. I thought about my upbringing. I thought about the things I was doing to people. I thought about the married women I was sleeping with, and I was thinking, wow, I'm an asshole. You know what? I don't want no part of this no more. I need self-accountability.
You're blaming Jesus for your behavior?
No, I'm not blaming Jesus for shit because Jesus wasn't real. But let me finish what I'm saying. Now, remember, Bruce is here as my witness. Now, when I renounced my faith, this is epic. When I renounced my faith, I give it back. I said, you're full of shit. It's deception. It's a fear-based religion. It's guilt. Just good God. But let me tell you something. The moment I said those words, I had a feeling that come over me like I ain't ever felt. I couldn't move. I was like, oh my God, I feel awful because of what I had done to people. I had never felt that before. I had never felt conscience. I could have given a shit that I fucked your wife.
Gregory, that's fine.
Hold on. Let me finish.
You're a bad guy. How does that prove God doesn't exist or Jesus is a lie?
Listen, I am trying to explain something to you that I have told you has been perplexing. Let me finish. I just needed you to understand where in my mind that I was on the aspect of I had no self-accountability. Well, man, now all of a sudden I've got this rush of emotions. I feel bad. I need to say I'm sorry. I need to make right wrongs that I had done. Where the hell is this shit coming from? I'm not used to this. What the fuck? So I called Bruce. Hey, man. Dude, I'm sorry. What are you talking about, Greg? I'm talking about I'm sorry. What? You don't say you're sorry. I'm sorry. Look.
Gregory, you're not making any kind of case against Jesus Christ or anything. You're just telling me that you're a bad
fucking
guy.
Mute me one more time.
I didn't mute you.
And you and I will.
Oh.
Well, the only thing I heard him say was that he gave up Jesus because it required him to feel guilt over his sin. That's what I really heard that made sense to me. I heard him acknowledge that. Isn't that exactly what I said 15 minutes ago? People do. The reason that so many people give up Christianity and go for some Hinduism or some Taoism or Buddhism or some other philosophy or some crap, because they don't want that Jesus guy. He requires them to get on their knees and say, "I'm a sinner. Forgive me." That's exactly what I heard out of Gregory's mouth. Exactly. The very same thing I told you 15 minutes ago is why people reject Jesus Christ.
No, there's lots of reasons why people reject Jesus Christ.
That's the biggest one.
Hey, Reuven Goldstein, I got a message for you from Greg. He said, fuck off. He'll deal with you later.
Oh, boy. I'm sure Reuven's shaking in his boots.
He'll sell you a car.
I'll say this about Reuven. He's pretty tolerant to people no matter what their views are, and he's been pretty tolerant toward me, and I appreciate that. But I'm going to rub you the wrong way at some point, Reuven. I'm going to do it, man. I'm liable to get on your bad side. I hope not, but it's liable to happen, man.
You'll know what's coming.
Yeah.
I always thought Reuven had the common courtesy of warning, but that time he just up and raptured Gregory.
Well, he did post in the chat. It's a dialogue, not a monologue. So.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
That's as loud as he can shout.
You gotta type in all caps like Benny, then I can hear you better.
Yeah.
I think if somebody's really seeking enlightenment, the one that they can get it from is the Lord, is Jesus Christ, because I've found enlightenment through him. I see the world in a whole new perspective. I see myself for what I am, a sinner. You know, I don't deserve God. That's a hard place to go to at first. I'll tell you, as a Christian, there is a certain amount of pain that comes with seeing the truth. And there's there's beauty in it too, though. The pain is that, oh no, I'm not really the great guy that I thought I was. Look at me. Now I see what I really am. And then the beauty of it is, God loves me so much that he did this for me.
Yeah.
That's the joy and the sorrow that comes with the truth. Something to think about. I'll tell you what, God is mighty gracious. I don't want to go into it, but I've done some things I would never want to speak about to other people. I've lived a debauched life. I've done wrongs, bad wrongs. But, you know, God is so great that he was willing to come into my life and tell me, you know what, son? I accept you as my child, and I forgive all that. It's gone. It's in the past. I won't even remember it anymore. Forget it. It's over with. I took it away for you. That's the love of God. People want some philosophy that tickles their ears, though. It makes them feel good about themselves. Instead of the truth.
You don't think the promise of eternal life is attractive to people?
Well, sure it is. That's why people. That's one of the reasons, I guess, people fall after false religions. You know, they go with you know, whatever makes them feel good about themselves. They think they can get. They want eternal life, and they think they can find it somewhere. Somewhere is going to be this eternal life. I can get it, or the most distorted idea of all is that I already had it. And this is actually a lie that's found in Christianity, too. You'll find lots of preachers in this world preaching this lie. Christianity is even distorted. Outside of what the Bible teaches, what the Scriptures, and what Jesus Christ himself taught. There's lies in churches all over this world. And here's the lie, that you're already immortal. And when you die, you're going to go to a place called heaven, or you're going to go to a place called hell, and you'll be there for all eternity.
But there's plenty of people that embrace religions that don't teach immortality. So it's not like they're making that choice for that you know, for that end. So what explains that decision in Christianity for that other that other choice? Like you just can't say that this is the reason or that's the reason. I mean, it's very nuanced for many people. I mean, it was nuanced for me. It was nuanced for other people in the room, and so it's not just I don't think it's as simplistic as you're making it sound.
Well, the message of the cross is simple. It is that we're sinners, and he loves us enough to take our sin away by paying the price for him. That's a pretty simple, clear message. But the idea of eternal, this is the lie that's taught, even in churches. When somebody dies, they go to, if they're wicked or if they reject God's offer of salvation, they go to a place called hell, and they stay there for all eternity. That's a damnable lie, and it makes a God out to be more evil than Pol Pot, Mao Zedong, Joseph Stalin, and Adolf Hitler combined. Think about it. In human court, a guy rapes 20 little girls, right, and then chokes them to death. What does they do? They put him to death, right? Or do the judge say, no, we're going to chain him to a board and he's going to be caned for eternity? No, and we wouldn't even do that. Why would God? He's not. So what the scriptures teach is that the wicked will be consumed. And they'll die in their sins, Jesus said. So it is the act of being destroyed that causes the death of the spirit. The spirit will go out. Scripture says the light of the wicked will be put out. Psst. Imagine licking your fingers and putting them on a candle wick. Psst. Out. Gone. No life. Gone for good. And people who teach the truth on that, other Christians will label them annihilationists. Oh, he's an annihilationist, man. He thinks the spirit. But that's just what the scriptures teach. That's the truth. But so there is no place of torment that lasts all eternity, and nobody goes to heaven. The truth is, the Bible teaches when you die, you go to a new earth. Scripture says, Old Testament and New Testament, God's going to destroy this earth and build a new perfect one. This one's screwed up because of the flood. It's geologically unstable. It's got thunderstorms, tsunamis, earthquakes, landslides, hail, rain, snow, sleet, and it wobbles. It's got a wobble. It's screwed up because God split the earth and flooded it, and it's out of sync. It's screwed up. But he's going to destroy this one and create a new one. That's where the saved will dwell for eternity on a perfect earth. He's going to restore Eden. You see, the earth before the flood. That's what he's going to make, a new one. But so anyway, this idea that somebody, and people use this against Christianity all the time. They'll say, well, your God is so evil, he's going to torment somebody in hell forever. You know what I'd say to that? Boy, you're right. I wouldn't worship such a God. Thank God my God isn't such a God, because that's not found anywhere in the Bible.
I'm pleased to hear you say that,
Yeah.
Neph.
Well, I just briefly, I know I've been on the mic a long time. I'll tell you where people get that real quick. There's a word, the Greek word aionios. It can be used two ways. It has dual meaning, like the Hebrew word olam. It has dual meaning. If it's used in reference to anything God created, it means a long but finite period of time, and an unknown but long period of time, a finite period, like an age or an era, or ages of ages. But whenever it's used in context of God or his eternal kingdom, which is eternal, the word means without time. In other words, no beginning and no end, eternal. Okay, so the translators of the Bible, in the scriptures into English, made a mistake. They didn't know what the ancient Greeks wrote about the word aionios. They didn't know that it meant, depending on context, it meant a long but finite period of time, or it meant eternal, depending on which the context is. So the translators indiscriminately took every example of the word aionios in the Bible and replaced it with forever or forever and ever, which is aeon, aeon, and made a mistake. And now you've got a Bible that says the wicked will be tormented for eternity, but that's not what the scriptures actually mean. Anyway, just thought I'd point that out.
You're talking about, like in Revelation 14, when it talks about the people who take the mark of the beast?
Well, all the passages in the Bible which imply the wicked will be tormented for eternity are mistranslations of the word aeon or aionios. Because the Hysakius, for example, the world's oldest lexicographer, he was a Greek himself, he stated himself that the word aionios means it depends on context. It can mean it can mean an age or an era, or it can mean eternal, depends on what you're talking about. But the translators of the Bible, they didn't know that. They did an awesome job translating the scriptures into English. Bang up job, great job. But they screwed up on this word, aionios. They made a mistake. And now you got passages in the Bible that say the wicked will be tormented for eternity. And it's not true. It's a lie. And you can know this because there's lots of passages in the Bible that state that the destiny of the wicked is to be destroyed, put out, to cease to exist, to die. Jesus Christ said the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life. See, somebody gets a death sentence, somebody else getting a life sentence. Well, you can't live if you're dead. See? So there's probably 100 passages in the Bible that prove that when somebody rejects God and they die, they're going to be destroyed, utterly destroyed is what the Greek actually says. It uses the words utter destruction. That means complete annihilation. And Jesus made this clear in his parable about the weeds and the tares. Collect them both, separate them at the harvest. The weeds go into the fire, and the wheat into the barn. Right? Well, what happens to a weed in a fire? Well, it gets consumed. Weeds don't burn for eternity, right? They burn up and they're gone. Right? See, it's quite clear. But anyway, it's a terrible, terrible lie, and I grit my teeth whenever I see a Christian preacher say, they're going to hell, they're going to stay there forever and ever. I just want to grab that guy by the shirt and slap him hard and say, wake up, you idiot. Go study your Bible. You're teaching a damnable lie.
Yeah, and it doesn't help the cause either. I mean, it doesn't help spreading the gospel.
Yeah, who would worship a God that's going to put somebody in eternity? Consider, somebody's up there having a barbecue with God on the new earth, right? You say, hey, God, got some new potato salad. Woo-hoo, God got us a big open. Hey, God, what's that noise I hear? Oh, that's just those people in hell. They're being tormented. How long have you been there, God? Well, let's see now. It's been 32,500,962 years. And then, another, how long have they been there, God? Well, they've been in there for 38,000 trillion, million, billion, zillion years. How long are they going to be there, God? Well, they're always going to be there. Does that make any sense?
No,
it doesn't make
it's
sense.
insane, yeah.
It is.
The one question I was asking about, I was trying to find a Greek side-by-side with the English, but in Revelation 14, there's this spot where it says, and it may be the Greek word you're talking. Couldn't find a Greek side-by-side of it, though.
Side-by-side of what? I'm sorry?
Like sometimes it'll show you the English and then the Greek right next to it.
Oh, I'd love to do that. Yeah, I use my concordance for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, concordance. Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Let me see if I can find it. Let me check.
Well, are you talking about the passages that say the wicked will be...
the wicked will be thrown into the burning sulfur in the presence of the holy angels of the Lamb, and the smoke of their torment will rise forever and ever. So what's the Greek word where it says forever and ever?
It's forever and ever is aionios aion, if I'm not mistaken. That means a very long, long time. Does not mean eternal, though. And how we know eternal, not eternal, is because what is it referring to? It's not referring to God, and it's not referring to his eternal kingdom, or his righteousness, or some characteristic of God, which is eternal, right? It's talking about something God created, which is a human spirit. So it can't be. It's not eternal unless it gets the gift of eternal life from God. So if it's not saved, it's temporal. It's not going to live forever. See, so that's a mistranslation of aeonios too. I could probably pull that up in my electronic concordance. I got one called eSword, which is great. It's free.
Yeah, I'm trying to find one right now. Revelation. Okay, it's not that word. Revelation 14. Okay. Okay, here we go. No, that's not it. But you said that in some cases, or of those words, that Greek word, are there cases anywhere where it does mean in context where it does mean, or seems to mean eternity?
Well, that way it depends on what the context is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Are there places that you know of off the top of your head where it does?
There is one. There's a beautiful example that makes the case, and when you tell it to a lot of Christians who don't believe the truth, they just they turn their head and they groan because they don't like hearing it, but it's true. And that is where the Bible discusses the fate of Sodom and Gomorrah. Here it says, 2 Peter 2:6. In turning the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah into ashes and condemning them with an overthrow, making them an ensample, that means the King Jamesian English for example, unto those that should live ungodly. So what happened to them, according to Scripture, is at Sodom and Gomorrah is an example of what will happen to the wicked who reject God. Right? They're going to burn up, just like that in Sodom and Gomorrah. And Jude 7 says, even as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities around them in like manner, giving themselves over to fornication and going after strange flesh, are set forth as an example, suffering the vengeance of eternal fire. Okay? Now, eternal, that's the word aeon there. But guess what? What is eternal here? The fire. The fire is eternal. What is God? Well, Scripture tells us. Our God is an eternal fire. For God is fire. Our God is an eternal fire. So God is eternal. So the fire, the vengeance of eternal fire. God is eternal, definitely, no doubt. So,
wait, what verse is this? Sorry, I didn't hear the.
This is Jude 7.
Oh, Jude 7. Okay. Mm-hmm. I thought it was from the New
Testament. What is eternal here? Well, the fire is eternal. What is the fire? God. Hebrews states. Our God is eternal, is an eternal fire. I can't quote it exactly, and for God, wait, I can find it right here. For our God is a jealous God, even. Wait a minute.
I think one of the words is used as a consuming fire.
Consuming, that's it. For our God is a consuming fire, even a jealous God. Yes. Exodus 34, thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. And let's see here, let me find that passage.
It looks like, what's the word used in Jude? Is it kadem or kedem? That looks like I'm looking in the concordance for the Hebrew. I'm trying to look what it's using there for in Jude there, but I'm not seeing it.
Right. So God is a consuming fire. So the fire here is eternal. Yeah, but it doesn't say the torment of them is eternal. What happened to cities of Sodom and Gomorrah?
Well, is it really?
Not,
I mean, is it that clear? It doesn't seem that clear to me. I think you could make an argument either way, I guess.
Well, consider it. Are Sodom and Gomorrah still burning? See, that's the end all for it right there. No, they're not still burning. They're not burning for eternity. They're burned up and they're gone, kaput. See, in the Old Testament, when they made a sacrifice to God, they would take an animal and lay hands on it. That's the transfer of the sin from the sinner to the animal. And God would consume, the fire of God would come down upon the altar and consume it. It left hide nor hair, nothing. God took every bit of it. He didn't leave a flea. He took the whole creature. It was gone kaput. So it was completely consumed. And see, that's what happens. And Jesus Christ is the Lamb of God. He said he was the Lamb of God. So what happens is, if you have Jesus Christ as the Lamb of God, then he's the payment for your sin. But if you don't, you become your own payment for sin. And what happened to them? They were consumed. The Old Testament, see, you become your own sacrificial lamb to God, and those are completely consumed. See? So the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah are not still burning today. They burned up and they're gone, just like the sacrificial lambs were burned and taken to completion. See? So the Bible is very clear. There are many passages that state that the wages of sin is death, and that what will happen is the spirit will die. And the lake of fire even says the second death. It calls this the second death. Now consider that for a second. There are two deaths and two births in the Bible. The first birth is when you're physically born into the world. And the second birth is if you have Jesus Christ, you're born again unto God. Jesus said, "Marvel not that I say, a man must be born again." And so they're born as two births, born physically into the world, and second born again unto God. That means adopted to be his child. And then the first death is the death of your body. We're all going to experience that. Everybody's going to physically die. But Jesus said the wages of sin is death, right? Can't mean the physical. What is this second death spoken of 3 times in Scripture? Well, it's the spirit. Because if everybody experiences the physical death, what's left to die? The spirit is left to die. So there's 2 deaths in the spirit in the Bible as well. The first is the common death of all human beings. Our physical body is going to die. The second death is for the wicked, and that's the death of their spirit in the lake of fire. The lake of fire is the light of God. The Scripture says, "For God is a light that no man can approach unto it." See, we can't stand in his presence with sin on us. We'll burn. That's why we have to have it taken away by Jesus. Then God can see us as holy and perfect, and when we stand in his presence, in his perfect light, we don't cook, because we're holy in his sight. See? So that's just more on that subject right now. There's so much more that can be said. But it's a glorious thing that God is not going to torment somebody for eternity. I think it's a horrible, damnable lie, and it disgusts me to hear a preacher make this lie that God is going to torment somebody for eternity. It's stupid. Here's what the stupidest thing of it is. If that were so, then God can't bring any justice, any conclusion to his justice. He has to burn somebody for eternity because, dadgummit, I can't finalize my justice. I'm just so inept. You know, it's stupid that he can't bring any closure to his justice. He has to torment him forever. See, it's not even logical.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think the doctrine of hell is taught by the Bible. At least not in the typical, eternal torment sort of way.
No, it's not. It's not eternal torment. It's a horrible. And you know that lie where it came from? It came from the garden. Satan told that lie, and it's been twisted around. He said, God told them, if you eat of that fruit and disobey me, you'll die. In other words, you're going to become mortal. Your body's going to die. I'm going to turn on the aging process, and you'll physically grow old and die. Secondly, I'm going to take away life from you, eternal life. You're going to die in my presence one day, because I'm going to call your spirit from the earth, and you're going to stand before me, and I'm going to cook you, because I'm holy, and you're not. See, I've got to fix that problem for you. How do I fix it? Well, I'll burn for you, and you don't have to burn. See, I'll die on the cross, and you don't have to die. See, so it began with that lie of Satan. Satan told Eve, no, you won't die. You'll be enlightened. You'll be like gods. See, so Satan is the father of lies. He's the liar. He told Eve a lie. And so that lie that you won't die, is being passed on in a twisted form to this very day. And people claim that a spirit, when it's created by God, is eternal and it will never die. And that's not true. It will die in the lake of fire if it doesn't have God, Christ, to take away that sin, so that it can stand in the presence of a holy God and not burn. And thank God every day that He's gracious enough and loving enough that He would do that for us. I tell you what, He is mighty gracious, considering what I've done in my life, and for Him to say, you know what, forget it. Forgive and forget. Because of Jesus, I'm willing to wipe it away and say it never happened. It's amazing love. But that message rubs people the wrong way because it means that they have to humble themselves to God. People don't like that. To accept that gift of eternal life, you got to humble yourself to God. People just don't want to humble themselves to God. They want something that tickles their ears instead of this acknowledgement to God that they're a sinner and they need forgiveness. They don't want to go there, too proud.
Why the heck can't I find Jude 7 in Hebrew anywhere on the internet?
What passage was it you were looking for?
Jude 7.
Jude 7?
Greek.
Okay. Let me see. I may have marked it wrong. What was the passage? What did it say? I forgot. Something about Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, I was referring to Sodom and Gomorrah and that they would serve as an example of...
Okay. Yeah, even as...
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna do a search here, a Boolean search in the online King James. I wrote that down wrong. Let's see here. I should have it momentarily here. Okay, it's Jude 1, verse 7.
Right.
Jude 1, verse 7. I left out the 1. Sorry.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found it. Yeah, I know what the verse says in English. I'm wondering what the Greek word is, if it's the Ionius or whatever. Again.
Yeah. Let me look that up in my. I got electronic concordance right here in front of me. I'll pull that up and you'll see. Jude 1:7. Okay. Okay, so it's going to be Aeon. Let's see here. Oh, wrong. Here we go. Okay. Here it is. Okay, so vengeance there is justice, by the way, in that passage. And eternal is aeonios.
Okay, so it is that same form. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, but you'll notice in the concordance they'll say perpetual. Well, that's one meaning of it. Now there's another meaning, which means long duration or an age or an era. So even here in the Strong's Concordance, they've made a mistake because they put the wrong definition of aeonios in the concordance as the meaning of that word. If you're
that's why I'm saying that.
No, actually they didn't. I'm sorry, because it's referring to fire. The fire is eternal. No, they used the proper one. Right. Yeah, they used the proper one. That's correct. So the fire is eternal. But remember, look, Sodom and Gomorrah are not still burning. They were burned up and put out.
They were annihilated.
Annihilated, yes.
I wish does anyone know if there's a concordance that shows that the English side by side with the Greek, but not Greek with, in other words, the English transliteration of the Greek. So I'm not seeing the Greek characters, just the equivalent of using our characters. Is there such a thing?
I think the best thing we have is concordance.
Yeah, but sometimes if you don't, because I don't know what these Greek, I can't read Greek, so I don't know, I can't find the word fire in here. Is that what you looked up? How did you find it?
Well, it's in the King James Bible,
So
Jude
is it just showing you the
excuse me.
Ionios, or do you read Greek and you can recognize it?
Well, it shows English, and then it has the number of the word behind it, and you click that, and it brings down below that in this another window. It shows you what the word is in English is actually in Scripture, the Greek word
so
or whatever.
You're seeing three things. Okay.
I'm saying
Reuven, the interlinear is what I wanted. Yeah. Okay. So Jude 1:7, Sodom. Okay. Now this is exactly what I wanted.
Here's an interesting tool you can
English
use.
go flesh strange, set forth an example of fire, eternal. Yeah, now this is using, same form, just a different tense or form or whatever. Ionio, or however you say that.
There's a really good example.
Now, like guilty of an eternal sin, that's one form, the New American Standard. Eternal damnation, King James, New International, eternal sin.
To consider eternal damnation. That passage says eternal damnation. Consider that. What is eternal there? The damnation is. Doesn't say torment. The damnation is the justice. The sentence is eternal, right?
Well, what's interesting too is
yeah.
What's interesting is they're all saying eternal for this word, which is fine in the context. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm saying look at the difference that they've translated fire. Instead of, some are saying eternal fire. Some have translated whatever word they're using for fire. In one version it's sin, and one it's damnation, and one it's it's like, what the heck? Let me look that word up. Fire, pyros. Okay. So yeah, fire. Why would they say damnation for pyros, or sin for pyros, given that there's actually a Greek word for that? That's kind of weird, huh?
Well, the same word is used in the passages which speak of eternal life. Eternal.
No, look at the word for fire though, because you know how I said they're all saying eternal, but some were saying eternal damnation, some were saying eternal fire, some were saying eternal sin. So they were giving all those definitions to pyros, which is kind of weird.
Well, my concordance shows the word pur, which means fire, or lightning.
Huh. Yeah, mine's showing. It's this interlinear on Bible Hub is showing pyros. But
pyros. Well, that means pyros, fire, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just curious why like the King James says eternal sin, and the International says eternal damnation.
Mm-hmm.
And then the New American Standard says eternal
sin.
Fire. Yeah.
What, eternal sin? I don't know those words in the Bible. You mean?
Oh, actually, you know what? That's my mistake. I'm not correct. I was looking at the wrong passage in the concordance. Jude, yeah, it's all fire. So it's fire, and yeah, fire, all fire. Okay, yeah, that was my mistake. I was looking at a passage in Mark that talks about eternal sin or eternal damnation or whatever. Mark 3:29.
Jesus said, Matthew 16:28, Verily I say unto you, there are some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. The people have twisted that passage around a lot. And atheists have taken that passage and to say, see, the Bible's a lie because Jesus said he was coming back during their lifetime. No, it's not what it means. What it means, what Jesus said, when he said, some standing here will not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, that means himself till he returns. What death is he speaking of? Well, the death of their soul, the death of their spirit, because they rejected God's offer of salvation. That's the death he's talking about. Some stand. In other words, Jesus was saying, if I grossly paraphrase what he's saying, I'm telling you, there's people standing right here amongst you. Look around. Somebody you're looking at is gonna taste of death. They're gonna die, but they're not gonna do it until I return. See, because their spirit is not going to die until I return. See?
Doesn't he say some standing here today won't taste death?
Right.
They see the kingdom come.
Right. They shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And that's the death of the spirit. Here it is, Deuteronomy 4:24. For the Lord thy God is a consuming fire, even a jealous fire. Consuming. Fires consume things. When it's consumed, it doesn't exist anymore. Hebrews 2:29. For our God is a consuming fire. Fire consumes. If the wicked are consumed, they don't continue to exist. They're gone. They're consumed, just like the weeds thrown into the fire, like in Jesus' parable.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I don't see. The only thing that ever gave me some question was the thing in Revelation, but I can see that it could easily not mean eternal, just an extended period of time.
Right. The word can mean an age or era or long but finite period of time.
Yeah, but even then, it's restrictive because it's only saying it's not everybody, it's not all sinners, it's just the people who take the mark of the beast.
Well, in what it's referring to there is that it's not referring to the wicked in general. You know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, in the interlinear, and I don't read Greek, but at least in terms of how the Greek words are laid out in the text, it says the phrase in question, laid before times an example of fire, everlasting vengeance undergoing. And so what you have there is you have the question of whether the everlasting applies to the fire or the vengeance undergoing.
I would say to the fire.
I know you would because it fits what you're saying.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, so it fits everything else, though.
I'm just not sure that it's conclusive, that's all.
Well, I think another important thing.
Well, what do you say, Prescott?
It's New Testament stuff, so I don't at this point have anything.
Well, we'll consider this. It's the wicked die, according to the Bible, in the lake of fire. They die there. They don't continue to live. It says they die. So what happens? What does this fire do to them? The fire, what does it do? It kills them.
Why would God need an eternal lake of fire if it's only for annihilation?
Well, no, the destruction will not last for eternity. The judgment.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Why would he need an eternal fire if the annihilation was going to be a matter of moments or even for a period of time? He wouldn't need an eternal fire, would he?
Right. I understand what you're saying. The thing is, God is the fire. See, for our God is a consuming fire. See, it's God's nature that
You're saying God is the lake of fire?
Yes, the fire that will destroy them is God's holy light. It is Him Himself. The lake of fire is an analogy for God's holiness. See? When they stand before His holiness, He will, by His power, by His perfect light, He will destroy it. Scripture says that God is a light that no man can stand in the presence of, right? So can approach unto, you know, and because if you have sin, it will be destroyed, and this world will be destroyed by God's holiness. So the lake of fire is actually God's expressing His holiness, His light, upon the world, in which case it will be consumed. See? So that is what the lake of fire is God's expression of His holiness upon a sinful world. And that's why it's consumed. That's why the Bible says that God is a light no man can approacheth unto. Because we're not holy, and He is. And so long as you have sins on you, you will die in them. See? And that's why Christ takes them away, so that you can stand in the presence of God. without burning, because the sin is gone and you're considered holy in His presence. There's nothing to burn.
No, I don't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to ask Reuven a quick question. Does this have a similar format to the Bible Hub one, where I'm going to see the Greek characters and then the English transliteration and the English? Okay, thanks. That's what I want.
Here's a really good one, guys. Listen to this one. Psalms 20. This one really hits it on the head. But the wicked shall perish, and the enemies of the Lord shall be as the fat of the lambs. They shall consume. Into smoke they shall consume away. Remember I said that the Old Testament sacrifices, God consumed them as a sacrifice for sin, right? Well, this is the fate of the wicked. If they have their sin upon them and it hasn't been taken away by Christ, you see, the wicked shall perish, and the enemies of the Lord shall be as the fat of the lambs. See, they become their own sacrificial lamb if they still have their sin upon them. It says, they shall consume. Now, to be consumed is to not exist anymore. It says, into smoke they shall consume away. In other words, they're gone. And the Old Testament also says, Psalms, I believe it is, the light of the wicked shall be put out. Psst. No more life. Out. Consumed. Gone. Nada. Zilch. But now how long that takes, only God will know, because only God can levy judgment for sin. It might take 10 minutes. It might take 10 days. I have no way of knowing. I don't know. It will be exactly as long as necessary to pay for the sin if they reject God's offer. It won't be. I've been accused by Christians who preach the lie that that God's going to torment somebody for eternity, which is not in the Bible. Oh, you're making it easy, so they get off easy, right? They burn a little bit and then they're gone. No. You're taking God's justice and His judgment completely out of it. I am quite sure God is able to render judgment appropriately, and however long they suffer will be exactly how long they need to, according to His perfect judgment. So there's no getting off easy for the wicked. It's not going to be any getting off easy. Yeah,
because we still have to have that pain motivation.
No, that's not the motivation of the Bible. The motivation is God's tremendous love, that He wants to give you eternal life and make you His child. That's the motivation. The fate of the wicked is a consequence of rejecting God's love.
Prescott, do I have to hit you in the knuckles with a ruler?
What's that? What did I do?
You're gonna behave.
Well, I'm working on something here, so I just occasionally I hear something that triggers a random thought that I have to express.
Yeah, how's the vlogging going? You didn't answer that before.
Oh no, that's I'm not working on that tonight. I'm just trying to. Oh, in terms of the question, I'm actually I've been having a little bit of fun with Final Cut, but if you're expecting any new material anytime in the immediate future, probably not, but some will come. You just have to.
Guys, I'm going to take off.
I just have to have faith. I know. Oh, go ahead, Neph.
I was just going to say I'm going to take off. I enjoyed talking to you guys. Good luck to you and all your endeavors and everything. I'll just say before I go that God is loving and merciful. I've seen Him heal diabetes, neuropathy before my very eyes instantaneously. And He'll love you and make you His child if you want Him to be. God bless you. I hope you guys have a good evening, okay? Take care.
God bless you too, Neph.
Thanks, guys. Later.
Good talking to you. See you later. What a nice guy. Is that actually his real name?
Yeah, Evan, yeah.
Yeah, Reuven, if that's a picture of the Zondervan, that format's a little. I mean, it works. It does.
That's really not quite easy on the eyes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the middle section's kind of a mess, but it works. I mean, I could do that. I do like that it has the NASB and the NIV, though. I really like that. I'm assuming if I get something that's just 3-line format, I'm just going to get one translation.
Yeah, mine's a Hendrickson.
Does it look similar to this one?
Oh, I don't even know what you're looking at. So I guess there's a link.
The picture Reuven posted.
Okay, I'll take a look at it. Well, it doesn't have two English versions. It has like the center, and then on the margin it has a. I would almost guess it was NASB because it's very literal in its Hebrew or Greek to the English.
Yeah.
I find that the NASB tends to be a little better that way, or at least how I remember anyway.
What's with the weird Greek, like, in this picture, like?
What do you mean?
It's all weird punctuation, like diapum. I can't even read that.
That's just the way it is. The Greeks were fruitcakes. That's just the way it is.
Well, no, it's like they took I can see the whole Greek with the Greek letters, but the English part, it's saying noun, or I'm assuming that's noun, or I don't know. But then it's like an abbreviation of the English transliteration. I definitely don't want that if that's what's in this version. I want to see the whole thing. Like the Bible Hub one. Maybe, fuck it, maybe I should just stick with the internet one. It's free anyway.
No. Doug, you don't need any of this. All you need is the Holy Spirit of Jesus Christ to show you the true meaning.
This what I have is not the NASB either. It just says a literal translation of the Bible is all it gives us the heading.
I mean, how literal is it? Is it like clunkily literal, or does it make sense still?
Actually, I got to the point that I actually prefer to read it over anything else. Like, for instance, using the one in that text that Reuven provided. So Matthew 1:9 reads as follows: "And Uzziah fathered Jotham, and Jotham fathered Ahaz." Okay, that's probably not a good example.
Yeah, that's not. Go to 12.
Okay, 12. "And after the carrying away of Babylon, Jehoiakim fathered Shealtiel, and Shealtiel fathered Zerubbabel, and Zerubbabel fathered Abiud."
Okay, yeah, this is a bad. This is Matthew's. What do you call it? Jesus. What's the stupid word?
Genealogy?
His lineage, his genealogy. Thank you. Yeah, it's all going to be father of whatever.
Yeah, and conveniently follows. I think it's a 14 generation. Like it lists 14 generations, and then 14 generations, and then 14 generations to magically make it significant, or to make it magically significant.
Right. Except to get that, he leaves out some.
Exactly.
He leaves out some people. Yeah.
It's like, oops. Oh, scribal error. Oops.
So, because the reason I'm asking is I've seen some literal translation. I forget which one it was. It was so darn literal, it hardly even made sense in the English. Like it wasn't It was so literal that it wasn't grammatically correct in English.
Oh, is that the Jehovah's Witness one?
No, that one's not bad. I like that one, but this one was like literally word for word. So it made the syntax made sense in Greek, but it didn't make sense in English, and they didn't adjust it to make sense. So it was just it was horrible to read it. It was torture.
Well, okay.
But yours doesn't sound.
I don't know what is there a reason? I don't know. I never got hung up on translated versions. Is there? Does it really make a big difference on the translations?
It's not huge necessarily, but I mean, people will translate things differently, and in some cases, like we were talking about the doctrine of hell. I mean, it really kind of depends on how you translate that one word, Ionios. You know, so yeah, it can potentially make a big difference, but for the overall themes, probably not.
Well, yeah. Like if you in the case of that Jude text, you have the word for everlasting, but it's I mean, and I don't know Greek, and so maybe if I knew Greek, I would have a better idea of how it like when you're reading it, you can read it as though it's referring to the fire being the everlasting thing, or the vengeance being everlasting, because it's stuck right between the two of them, and you can't read it like you're reading English. Like in reading English, you would say everlasting fire as a way of describing, like a fire that doesn't end. So you say everlasting first, and then you say fire later. But you can also, in some languages, you end up putting them in reverse order.
Yeah. In other words, the adjective might apply to the other word, maybe.
Exactly. And so since I don't know Greek, I don't know whether that's correct or not, or whether it should be joined to the fire or to the vengeance.
And J-dubs, like one of the big things that the Christians take from the Hebrew Bible is that, I think it's in Jeremiah where it says, a child will be born of a virgin. Like,
yeah, and it's a young woman. Yeah, that's a good point.
Right. It's Alma, and so at least in that case, that's a big kind of a big deal mistranslation.
Yeah. Well,
that's true.
How that?
Oh, but I was going to say, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. I mean, people are going to still make up their own thing, no matter what the Bible says.
Yeah, you're right about that. I just like to see it for myself. Maybe I'm just anal like that. I don't know.
Well, I was watching a Discovery Channel thing, and they were talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls, and of course when they unearthed the first scroll was Isaiah that kind of came to light. That was it was part of that scroll that the shepherd brought into the guy selling the manuscripts in Jerusalem. Anyway, in the passage in with respect to the virgin birth, it was there that it kind of settled the argument over what word was actually used in the original, because the Jews, because they had kept carefully had been rewriting the copies of the scroll, what it was called the Masoretic text, that they had always used the word Alma, meaning young woman, in Isaiah 7. But the older text that the church had been changed at some point to Betula, which is the word for virgin. And of course the argument is used that in the Septuagint, it was translated into virgin by the translators at that time, which made it look like Jewish scribes had translated it into to mean to virgin. So whether it was Alma or Betula, they obviously intended it to refer to a virgin. But I've heard some rabbis argue that the rabbis only translated the first 5 books of Moses from Hebrew into Greek, and that the rest of the Hebrew scriptures was translated by Christian translators and not by Hebrew translators.
Yep, the church always teaches that it's always the Jews' fault.
Yeah, and that kind of, so when they discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls, which predated everything they had, then it became fairly clear that where the change had actually taken place. It really didn't answer the question conclusively who made that change in the beginning, I guess, because there still seems to be some people that think that that was what the Jews intended or had understood that text to mean. But to me, it still doesn't make sense, because it is considered even by Christian apologists as a dual fulfillment prophecy. Like it was fulfilled in the time of Isaiah, and then was fulfilled again in Jesus in this very specific phrase: the young virgin, or the virgin shall give birth to a son, and call him Emmanuel.
Not Jesus, curiously. Even though, I know Emmanuel.
Exactly. Yeah. That of course, they have their explanation for it, and I'm sure.
Yeah, it means God with us. Emmanuel means God, or God among us, or God with us.
Yeah, and so therefore it was fulfilled because he was God.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is that it still requires, if you want to argue virgin birth, it still requires 2 virgin births in order for it to be correctly a correct prophecy. So in Isaiah's day, the woman who gave birth to a son had to be a virgin.
I thought that's Isaiah, right? It's not Jeremiah. I was mistaken. That
Isaiah 7:14.
Yeah, okay. I thought that the virgin thing was because, like, the Septuagint turned it into Parthenos or whatever, and that's where the confusion got in.
Yeah, the Hebrew, yeah, exactly. So the assumption was then made that the Hebrew must have been
Virgin.
the chula, which would have been for virgin.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Right? Yeah. So. Yeah. Exactly. A lot of the newer translations refuse to translate into English the word. Like they refuse to use virgin, but NIV, which is used by all the evangelicals, and of course the King James, insist on translating it as virgin.
I didn't mean to be a sourpuss when it came to translations, Doug. It's just a very Christian thing for there to be like a correct authoritarian version of the written Torah. So I kind of got out of that mindset.
Oh, don't worry about it, man. I didn't take it offensively or anything.
Yeah,
it's a good question. You had a good question.
Because the authority holds more into, from my perspective, the oral tradition. So, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
well, and the other thing too is that there's some difference among manuscripts too in the New Testament stuff as far as some word substitutions. Not that much, but and so sometimes it's nice to see like, okay, this manuscript used this word, but then in this manuscript we found it changed to this, whereas in like the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible, they're much better at copyists, so you don't see as much stuff like that. More proof that the Jews were better than the Christians. They're better scribes.
Well, I think that part of the problem was once people other than the rabbis started handling the Hebrew Scriptures, that it kind of opened Pandora's box to interpret it however they wanted to, because the Jewish system had been quite closed. Like it's not like they were teaching or that there were even Gentiles interested in learning Torah. So it was kind of almost like unsupervised visitation in a prison where anything might happen. So,
yeah, silly Gentiles, Torah's for Jews.
Those crazy Gentiles.
Man, if I was a Jew, I would get so ticked at Christians for like basically stealing my tradition and fucking saying it's theirs and changing what it means and everything. Man, I'd be ticked off by that. What an insult.
We were kind of talking about that in last night's hangout, but no one really wanted to talk about it. It kind of. I was trying to bring up like what would be what's the solution to that, like. But I guess no one wants to touch it.
The solution to what? I'm sorry.
Well, what Doug's touching upon, you think the Jews would be a little more, not proselytizing, maybe not going that far, but like, putting their foot down, being more open, I really don't know how to actually I don't know what word to use, really.
Well, I would have thought they'd and some are, but if it were me, I would be more basically up in arms about
like a 1-800 number, like 1-800 I need help with Torah. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
Like a sign that says having problems with the Bible, call a Jew or something. They're kind of like in their own little enclaves. They don't really do anything, and even when. And even Idol Smasher is talking about this with me. In my case, when I tried to reach out, it's like, whatever. It's like they don't even want to help, really, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think Jews tend to be.
I mean, the reaction is, just stay a Christian. Just don't worry about it. It's like, well, don't. You would think, okay, we can get another member here.
Well, I think a lot of that too is like, well, at least among Orthodox Jews, like they seem to be really insular. Like you got to marry a Jewish girl, a boy's got to marry a Jewish girl, a girl's got to marry a Jewish guy. Like they're definitely not out to convert people,
Well, definitely, but at that same time they can teach Torah to non-Jews, and even though they're not pushing Jews to intermarry, they can still.
That's true. Yeah, they could. I see what you're saying. Maybe the centuries of pogroms have made them afraid to speak out against Christians.
To me, it almost kind of acts counterintuitive in a way, because if they don't nip it in the butt, I mean, you do get problems like the Holocaust and things like programs and such, because it's like you're allowing false teachings from the script, from the holy text, and then that leads to the bigger problems. Like it's like you got your toe has gangrene, and instead of cutting off the toe, it spreads to the leg.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it makes any sense. I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, it does make sense. I just think that that even if they spoke up more, like in the formative days of Christianity, and said, "Hey, no, that's not what it says," I think the Christianity was just a movement that just kind of exploded, and they probably just couldn't control it.
Wasn't there a rabbi? I'm trying to remember. I'm not good with history. Wasn't there a rabbi that debated like a Catholic pope, and like he allegedly he won the debate, and then he was like killed the next day? Yeah. What was that? Or is that somewhat? Or am I getting that wrong? I
don't remember the rabbi's name.
He debated the Pope?
1200s seemed to ring a bell.
Oh, it was Nachmanides, but he wasn't killed. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce. Maybe
it's the
Rambam. Okay. Nachmanides, yeah.
Well,
isn't it Maimonides?
Maimonides.
Maimonides, I'm thinking.
Rambam, and then Ramban is Nachmanides.
Wait, what's the Ramban? What does that mean?
They're sages.
Yeah, but what is that? Where does that come from?
Oh, the word. Oh.
It's an abbreviation of the Hebrew, which I think is Rav Nachmanides, and there's probably Rav ben Nachmanides or Moses ben Nachman.
Rabbi Moses ben Nachman. Yeah.
So you have the Rambam, and then you have Moses Maimonides, who is the Rambam.
Okay. Makes sense.
Oh boy, I thought Hebrew names are just lucky not Spanish in origin. They take the name of their like their grandfather, their father, the before them. It's like both parents. So you have like 12 names.
Yikes.
Oh man. Okay, so I had it wrong. Okay, I was under the impression something happened. I thought someone got knocked over the head. I thought it ended wrong.
Wow, look at that name. That's an unwieldy name.
Mirondi monostru pota. Something.
Back in the days when people loved long names. It was a status symbol.
Well, I was away from the computer when you. The reason why they don't want to get involved seems to be that from their theology or from their belief system, they really don't see any pressing need to be trying to change Gentiles' religions because they don't see it as kind of an integral part to their own story.
Yeah, and the Jews have never really been proselytizers, ever.
Well, there's a prohibition against it. That's why. It's actually restricted in yeah, it's against Judaism. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And whether or not that was a response to Christian proselytizing or not, or Islamic proselytizing, I don't know. I guess it would really depend on when the prohibition was put in place. It's kind of like the prohibition against polytheism with I think it was with the Ashkenazi in Europe. Was around 1000, the end of the first millennium, I think. They ruled against did I say polytheism? Polygamy. Sorry. Against having more than one wife. There we go.
Speaking of polygamy, watching Big Love.
I got a question for you, Reuven. I always hear, in order for you to be Jewish, your mother has to be Jewish. What's the, like, how many generations mixed or removed can you be? Like, how Jewish does your mother have to be in order for you to be Jewish? If you have a half-Jewish mother, are you Jewish?
If his mother's mother is Jewish. So as long as the mothers are Jewish, it doesn't matter about the fathers. I think that's how it works.
Well, but what if the grandmother is only part Jewish also?
You might want to read what Reuven says so when the audience listens, they don't think you're having some sort of religious experience and you're talking to Jesus.
Live, huh? Sorry, live people watching this. Reuven's telling us.
Okay, Prescott, when you're listening to this later, this is what Reuven said. Mother and grandmother. If your grandmother married a Goy, your mother is still Jewish, and so are you, but not your kids.
But what I'm wondering is, even if your grandmother, say your grandmother was half Jewish, your mother was...
You can't be half. That's
what I'm wondering, yeah.
You either are Jewish or you're not.
But he's saying, though, if your grandmother married a Goy, your mother is still Jewish, and so are you, but not your kids, unless you married a Jew, too. Yeah, but
okay.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So to continue on, she cannot pass, that'd be the grandmother, she cannot pass on a Jewish neshama to her daughter.
What's neshama?
Soul.
Oh, okay.
Spirit, soul. One of those two. To to her daughter. Hold it. So she can pass it on to her daughter, but not to her granddaughter. Is that correct?
Well, no. Okay, so I'm not Jewish then, because my dad's mother was full Jewish, or whatever. She was Jewish. My dad was whatever he was, Jewish, I guess. But my mom's mom married a Hungarian Jew, a full-blooded Hungarian Jew. Yeah, so I'm not Jewish. Even though I'm Jewish on both sides of my family, it didn't come through the maternal line. So I'm not Jewish.
You have Jewish ancestry.
Right, but I'm not,
Just
whatever.
not Jewish.
I don't have a neshama. A Jewish neshama. I feel ripped off. Right. No, I understand. Yeah. But I have one grandparent on each side that were full-blown practicing Jews. But yeah, it didn't come through my maternal side, so. Yeah, I have it paternally on both sides. That's right. And my dad's side was, my grandmother was a Russian Jew. My mom's side was, her dad was a Hungarian Jew.
I mean, it might have made you good enough for the gas chambers, but...
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ, God. I'm making my asshole pucker. Damn.
Well, no, I'm just saying that.
You gotta give a brother a warning when you drop a joke like that, man.
Oh well, I should have laughed after I said it, right? That would have made it better.
Yeah, I was like over here choking on my food, man.
No,
It's okay. I got you. It was in earnest.
Said, oh yes, he'd have died in Auschwitz along with me.
And right. Do you think? I wonder if I.
Hey, I'm not a Jew, but I would have got the gas chamber too. We probably all would.
Why would you have gotten it?
Illness.
Oh. Yeah, they were gassing everybody, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, the world belongs to only the Aryans, only the people who deserve it,
Yep.
Anyone less than that.
Gotta usher in that 1,000-year Reich.
I mean, there's people that believe like that even today.
Lots of people. Nut jobs. I wonder if I could have convinced the commandant of the concentration camp that I wasn't Jewish because it was on my paternal side.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I tried to get in. The local rabbi wouldn't let me.
Yeah.
How can I be Jewish?
Even the Jews don't accept me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
I've been watching tons of what's that guy's name? Gutman Locke's videos. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, he's funny, isn't he?
Yeah, he's pretty cool. He's awesome.
Reuven wants you in the lineup. You're more than a quarter Jew, though, since your father is half, and you have it on your maternal side too. In other words, Ashkenazi Jewish. Oh, hashtag Ashkenazi Jewish pride. Hashtag master race.
Hey, I appreciate it, Reuven, but I don't want to be an honorary Jew. I want to be a real Jew.
Now, are you joking about that? Doug? Do you feel like you have a Jewish soul?
I'm joking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, like in the New Testament, that's Paul when he came across the this guy Timothy, at least according to the story, is that he required Timothy to be circumcised, and of course the question was raised, well, why would Paul, who obviously through his writings was advocating not observing the Torah and you put yourself under a curse
for Gentiles?
What's that?
Wasn't he advocating don't follow the Torah if you're a Gentile, but Jews follow the Torah?
Exactly. So then why would he take somebody like Timothy, who was a Gentile,
and circumcise him?
Because,
yeah, I think it's because when he actually did meet with Peter and James, I think he got his ass handed to him, essentially.
Who, Paul did? Or
yeah, Paul. And I think he basically ended up capitulating to them, because otherwise they weren't going to give the stamp of approval to his gospel. And then I think what happened is he left Jerusalem, wrote Romans, after he was all ticked off about what happened, and that's why we read in Romans about all this stuff about him denying seeing any of the fathers except for Peter and James, and doesn't he strike you in Romans as being kind of like really defensive?
Yes, but
he keeps saying, "I'm not lying. I swear, I'm not lying."
That is true, but his reason for circumcising Timothy was if you read the book of Timothy, Paul actually says that your mother and your grandmother were Jews, and that his father was a Greek. And so according to Jewish law, Timothy was really a Jew. And so...
Well, then that explains why he had him circumcised then. Or it would.
It would. But then for the Christian it poses the problem of, well, you know, what are we supposed to do with... I guess it poses a problem to the belief that they believe that Paul was condemning the law in general and not just the law for Gentiles. Like he was actually saying in his writings that the law is no more, it's irrelevant.
For Jews even?
Even for Jews. At least in the Christian replacement theology has the Christian church replacing Israel as the chosen people of God.
See, I thought there were places where he was saying that it's fine for the Jews to continue to practice the works of the law. But a Gentile, it's
no, I agree.
Bad.
I agree it is in there, but you'll be hard pressed to get most Christians to agree with that idea.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah, yeah.
Because most of them don't even know it's in there.
Yeah.
Maybe we get some fine Gentile Christians to come in the room. We're live, broadcast, and links in the description. Come on, join.
We lost our one and only Christian, Nephilim.
Yeah.
Then we get some Ramcam in here. I think Ramcam might have a hangout, but it would be good to see him if he could come in here.
Check out that YouTube video, you guys. You may have seen it already.
Oh, Super Mario World, yeah, gotta love that.
Such a cool video.
Oh, well, there's the link up there, sorry.
Her wife.
I did a news article about a Reform Jewish place out in California. I don't even know what to call them. Yeah, Yeah, the head rabbi was a butch, dyke, lesbian, whatever you want to call her. Tattoos, she rides a motorcycle.
Oh man, are you serious?
yeah.
She's a biker dyke.
And she's the head rabbi at one of those places.
Huh.
Yeah. Instead of wearing like a fabric kippa, it's like steel. You know what I mean? Instead of a yarmulke being made out of, it's like steel.
Oh, that's good.
And instead of a shawl, a prayer, shawl, it's like a leather. It's like a leather jacket or something.
With all her badges on, or motorcycle club badges sewn onto it.
It's awesome. Yeah.
I wonder if Jews get as like crazy about like Reformed Jewish churches as Christians get about like all these churches popping up that like with homosexual pastors, or that they openly teach that the Bible is not anti-homosexual. It's like for example. Oh, you ignore him? Okay. Well, Reuven recommended me this podcast by James White, who's a Christian, and I listened to the first episode today, and he devoted like a fucking hour going through like this video from what was it, Grand Canyon University or something like that, where these students had made this video talking about how the Bible actually is an anti-gay and we need to accept them and all this stuff like that. And he's devoted like so much time basically telling him or saying why that's wrong. He's getting like really upset about it.
The Bible is technically not anti-gay.
Did you guys play Super Mario World back in the day?
Oh yeah, man, still played. It's a good game.
Oh, I love that game. It's probably one of my favorite games of all time. I think Deus Ex is way up there too. The original.
Oh, the original PC? Yeah.
Good game. The second one sucked, I thought, but the third one was pretty good, mainly because it was pretty much a copy of the first one.
What was the second one? It's like about aliens or something? What the hell?
It was just a horrible game with a dumb story. Human Revolution was the third one. What was the second one called? Invisible War. That was the second one. Sorry, I muted myself. What was the last thing I said?
Invisible War. We heard you.
Oh, okay, good.
What's Reuven typing here? That there are meetings between the Jewish groups, but the Orthodox person will always say that they're the only one, that only he represents Judaism, and that the others are following other religions. So what are you saying, Reuven, that Orthodox Jews see Reform Judaism as another religion?
They're not real Jews.
Oh, they're a Christian offshoot. Oof, that's hateful.
That is quite insulting. Reuven, are both your parents Jewish, practicing still?
Not if you mean like 400 years ago. We've been through this. We've been through this before.
I don't know a lot of Reuven's personal history.
I think his parents are like Calvinists or something. Something weird.
Seriously?
Yeah, I think so.
Christians? Wow. That's what that guy was the other night. I didn't know James White was a Calvinist either. That's the other thing he talked about was he was defending the predestination thing, the doctrine of predestination. That's another weird-ass doctrine, just like the doctrine of hell. Oh yeah, God's going to create people who are destined for hell. Yep. No way about it. Or no way out of it, I should say.
Well, they also believe that God will sometimes allow someone's heart to be unhardened, and He'll save them themselves. So there's some lucky ones out there, I guess.
Well, those are the elect, and they're saved no matter what. They're saved. Like if you're one of the elect, you're going to be saved, and that's that. But if you're not one of the elect, you're damned.
Yeah, but they got a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I agree.
What do you got there, Prescott? Lay it on us.
All right. Well,
maybe
not that I'm a Calvinist or anything. I just want to hear it.
Maybe we should get James White in here before you.
Well, I don't. I mean, I don't know. I mean, to me, it's just a rather short point. They can't. Even if they defend the position, what they can't tell me is they can't tell me that they're one of the elect.
No, yeah, I think they agree with that.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, because they always say that, people will say they're one of the elect or think they are, but then they'll fall away from the church and backslide, and then they weren't one of the elect. Or unless they come back, then they're one of the elect. So yeah, it has no practical identification value, but they still believe that in the end, even though we can't know who's elect or not, that there still are certain people that are elect, even if they don't know it,
Well, as the case was one evening in Hangout, I think it was Reuven, one of Reuven's. Rancam was in here, and he got into a small conversation with Grant Montgomery, who's an atheist, but he used to be a Christian. And Rand put it to him plainly, like, you had a deniable faith. I have an undeniable faith. So he's here saying that he is one of the elect, and he knows that, and he can't.
Is he a Calvinist?
He must be.
I don't know, because I've heard Christians that aren't Calvinists use like Calvinist kind of language. People always. You ask any member of any Christian denomination, they'll all say they have the right understanding. Right?
Sure, but what he's saying that. He was saying to Grant that, like, Grant was here saying, well, I thought I was saved when I was saved. Because he had all of, as far as he knew, he had all of the signs that he was saved. Like, if you were to ask him, well, did you feel saved? And did you go to church? Did you read your Bible? Did you feel the Holy Spirit? Blah, blah, blah. Like, Grant had all those things. But now he's an atheist.
But they'll just say, well, either you're not one of the elect, or you'll eventually return to the church, and then you'll know if you're one of the elect or not.
No. Well,
in other words, there's no way to corner them on it.
Welcome to the room, Schmidt. We're talking about Calvinism.
Calvinism sucks. I had a friend who was a Calvinist.
Are you one of the elect, Dan?
Damn straight, I elected myself.
Ooh, you're definitely not one of the elect.
Well, that's the problem with the two positions, because on the one side,
I think if anyone is elected, I think it would be you, Prescott.
Yeah, I would elect you.
Well, thank you guys, but I'm not running.
We don't have any actual Calvinists in the group, do we?
No,
not here right now. But there was
they
one
get very,
out a few days
very
ago.
belligerent.
Well, that's because they think they are one of the elect. kind of gives them one up on everybody else who's not in the program. But the flip side is that, like with I guess the Arminian position is that they can't tell when they aren't elected anymore. No, that they aren't saved anymore. So
could you what's Arminianism again? I always forget that.
Well, that's the free will. That's the free will position. It's kind of like
That's the free will Protestant position. The other position is Molinism, which is in the Catholic Church.
Sorry, yes, that's correct.
And what's the difference between Arminianism and Molinism? Arminianism says that people have that their free will and their choices determine not ahead of time, even though God has foreknowledge of it. But it was still their choices and their free will that either gets them salvation or damnation, right? Is that pretty much Arminianism?
I don't think so. I don't remember. I'd have to Google it. I know that
read about these.
Molinism was like God knew and predestined, but he chose the perfect universe in which people would sin the least so that the most people would go to heaven. It's a really utilitarian sort of free will and predestination kind of rolled into one package.
Yeah, probably doesn't make much sense, just like the Trinity.
Well, this is kind of what I was thinking when Neph was in here talking about hell. It's kind of like, okay, well, now that we've made sense of hell, I guess that makes everything okay. And so that was the only... sorry.
No, I see what you're saying, yeah. Like, that's the only stumbling block.
Right. We just get that eternal fire question out of the way, we're good.
Yeah, give me Jesus now. There's no hell? Oh, praise the Lord.
No. Really, I didn't know that about Molinists, Reuven. I'm in the Catholic Church, technically, but I don't really follow their theology completely. I just like being a part of the community. That's all.
I'm going to have to read up on all three of these doctrines. What are the other ones, doctrines of salvation? There's predestination, Arminianism, and Molinism.
Yeah, your Calvinists are the
Pelagianism
guys, and the Arminian is the free will guys, and the Molinists.
And then there's Pelagianism and semi-Pelagianism. Is Reuven saying?
Yeah.
I've never even heard of those.
Look, Reuven is just wanting to send you on a wild goose chase.
No, I love reading about all this shit.
Okay,
I'm a nut. I'm a nut.
Is that a picture of Calvin?
That's Reuven on a good day.
Calvin.
Was he French? Or he was German, I thought. Oh, I thought he was German for some reason.
Oh, no wonder Reuven likes him. Reuven's a frog.
Hold on, really?
Yeah, he is. I even knew that.
Come on, you know that, Prescott? That's why Reuven busts your balls about Quebec all the time.
You know what? I'm not going to pay any attention to anything you say anymore, Reuven. Really.
Unless it's about food or wine or cheese.
Jeez.
French? What?
I don't feel bad about one thing I said about the Quebecois.
No, I'm more Jewish than you are French.
English countrymen have had while going through that province.
Thinking I had to put the Quebec flag up now, Reuven. Let's see that flag fly proud, man. There it is. Loving it. Prescott's like,
I'm not even looking.
he's gonna get his like blowtorch.
I have a lot of research to do on doctrines in general. Like, I need to brush up on Christological doctrines and salvation doctrines and all that stuff.
True that.
So whereabouts you from, Dan Man?
Midwest America.
Okay, cool.
Iowa and Missouri. I've been between those two states a lot lately, but also Nebraska. So.
Right, right.
Where are you from? Are you from Quebec or somewhere else?
I'm way out in eastern Canada, in Atlantic Canada.
Okay.
Yeah, by the ocean.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's not too bad out here. We get usually we get pretty reasonable weather all year round. Occasionally, like last winter, the winter was a little nasty, but usually because we're on the water, we kind of get a bit of mix. But yeah,
Winter was real real nasty last year, man.
it was. It was.
Reuven, I know you're not looking, Prescott, but Reuven says that area was French first. We found it. I think he's referring to Nova Scotia.
Yeah, I'm sure he was, but I think that the Cabot Trail was named after John Cabot. I don't think he was French.
Oh boy, here comes the war. Here comes the who is it?
It was before Champlain. I think Champlain was the first frog to come across. So.
I love my dad has a bigger cock than your dad fights. I love it.
And of course, to celebrate the French culture, we loaded them all on a boat and sent them down to Louisiana.
Oh, you gave us the trash.
Yep.
I hate you.
Yep. You're always saying, J-Dubs, take out the trash.
Thanks.
That's what we did. The British came in, they took the trash out.
So why is it named Nova Scotia then? Isn't that like New Scotland or something translated somehow?
Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of Scottish that settled.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the first settlements was Pictou Landing, and the Scots came over. A lot of Scots came over on the Hector, and almost died if it wasn't for the Mi'kmaq here saving their butts. They wouldn't have made it through the first winter.
Whoa, Reuven just blew my mind.
Let's see what's Reuven's typing here. What if I told you that the Scots had French help? What if I told you that the Queen of Scotland at the time was a French woman? What if I told you that the AULD, I don't know how you pronounce that, AULD, AULD alliance was in full effect?
I thought he said full erect.
A little dyslexic over there, Doug. Yeah, nationality has never really meant anything to the royalty, right? I mean, you could be a frog and be the queen of, Finland for all, you know what I mean? It's like, doesn't really matter, right? Napoleon was Italian, and he, I don't know, who cares, right?
And he wasn't a midget.
Reuven, I was just thinking of that, your avatar. Good call. You've got all these fucking avatars on hand.
He says he shoves it up your palmy ass. I don't think Prescott's English. Oh yeah, you mean you mean like English Canadian? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. At the time that the first Johnson in our line came across in 1817, was from England. They had lived in England for a few hundred years after moving from Scotland. So, in fact, we're coming up on our 200th anniversary in the province.
Yeah, I was actually looking up the provinces and territories. Yes, I actually know some things about Canada, but I was looking it up. It's amazing that like the provinces like Alberta, I think was first established in what 1950. Like it was really recent.
Newfoundland.
Newfoundland was 19. Like a lot of the provinces. Like I don't know. I have to look into it even more, but it's interesting the history of Canada. Actually, it's fascinating.
Yeah.
I don't know what the point was that I just blurted that. I don't know what I was talking.
I have absolutely no knowledge of Canada. I am very ignorant on this subject.
Well, that's all right because that's normal. There's nothing really to know here because the majority of people live within 50 miles of the border.
There's
Most
actually
of what I know
there's less.
is
There's actually
Canadians kicked the shit out of us in the War of 1812, but that's about it.
well, technically they were English, but we let that slide and say they're Canadian.
Whatever, the people in
It makes us feel better when we say it was Canadians and not English people.
It does. I guess it does a little bit.
You know, because Canadians wouldn't hurt, even a fly,
Yeah.
That does. How would that make your national pride feel any better? If they wouldn't hurt a fly and they kicked your ass, it would actually hurt things. British, however, had like a giant fucking navy and were one of the most powerful countries on the planet at the time.
Right, exactly. It wasn't like you went to school for the first day and the big bully bopped you over the head, It's like, it's, you know what I mean? You brush it off, you lie. It's like,
I wouldn't describe a race of people that club baby seals as wouldn't hurt a fly.
Why you? That's the secret, dog. Don't.
The secret's out.
No, keep the cat in the bag. No.
I'm tired of your sick traditions, Prescott.
Listen, if a seal gets in my way and I happen to have a club, it happens. Just saying.
Seals are actually kind of vicious animals. I mean, I don't know. They can get pretty brutal.
What do you guys think about the all these things with like traditional peoples being able to hunt like endangered whales and like Norwegian and Scandinavian peoples being allowed to like kill thousands of whales? You guys, because of tradition, do you guys think that's okay?
No, actually, I think like Japan has like pretty brutal practices when it comes to shark fin soups and stuff, and wheels as such too. No, I think there should be extreme measures put on that. I don't know how you would go about it. I guess through the UN or something, but
it's really hard though because I mean the ocean is fucking huge, man. Bigger than any land continent. I mean, they require you when you kill a shark is like you have to bring in the whole shark because the Japanese used to come in and just cut off the fucking fins, throw the shark back in, which was just fucking awful.
Right, that's pretty much torture because then their wounds are open and then they get thrown back into the water and they pretty much die. But
Oh, they definitely
Yeah.
die. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they die and they can't swim. They can't do anything. They just like sit there. It's like that'd be fucking awful. Just stab me in the brain.
They just become another part of the circle of life.
What? They're gonna grow seaweed over there, and then the sea antelope will eat the seaweed, and the sea lions will.
The to the question, there are. Here's the problem that I have, and this just might be my own bigotry. The problem that I have with some of the agreements that have been made with the Aboriginal communities, in so much as I recognize that at least here in Canada they have not done a good job of recognizing past treaty agreements, and so they have a legitimate grievance in that regard, I think. But one of the areas that has been, I think, successfully argued has been over hunting rights and fishing rights, and I would not have any problem with giving them, kind of open-ended, hunt and fish to your heart's content, to do as traditionally was done to feed your family and to feed your community. But they actually use those rights as a means of commerce. So it's about going out and doing commercial fishing as Aboriginals. And I think that kind of the reason why the commercial fishing industry has these regulations is to keep a check on overfishing and stuff like that, which Aboriginals do not have to do because of that agreement. So I have a problem with that.
I actually think, Doug, to expand on my point, I think it should. I think murder. I think killing animals should be outlawed. Actually, some kind. I think some animals like chickens and cows probably would. I think we should keep, but I think everything else though should be off limits.
Why?
Because they're living creatures.
But I mean, are you opposed to just like killing for trophy purposes or killing for like eating purposes? If someone kills something and makes use of it,
even if you use every iota of the animal, it's still wrong, and it shouldn't be allowed to do it.
Are you like vegetarian, or do you just? I'm just sort of curious now.
No, I'm not a vegetarian. No.
So we can only kill the animal he eats.
But I'm not killing it though. I mean, the meat it's going to be there no matter what, whether I eat it or not. So it's a mute. It's a straw man. It's a fallacious argument.
That's not a fallacious argument. That's not what
it is.
Wait, what's a fallacious argument?
Well, saying that because I eat meat means it means I can't hold the position that I do.
No, I'm just curious. I was wondering. It sounds like a position a vegetarian or a vegan might hold or something. So I was just.
Well, that's because they're ethical. Well, vegans and vegetarians try to be ethical people, morally right people. So.
Well, I mean, it really depends on your.
Okay.
Definition of ethical, though.
It is. You don't think it's. You think it's. Wait a minute. You think taking a life of a living sentient creature is.
I'm sorry.
I think
acceptable?
I would have different. I think you and I would have different definitions of sentience then too.
What do you? I don't understand. You're saying that animals aren't sentient? What? This is the first time I heard that.
Just a second. I'm trying to. I might have the wrong definition of the word sentience. Let me check it out.
Because even plants have some form of sentience. I mean, it depends on how far you want to go. I mean, that being said, I think it's more ethically acceptable to me to eat plants, fruits and vegetables than, let's say, a cow or a moose or a deer or yada yada.
I was thinking, I don't know, trying to find better definitions, but my computer runs slow.
What's a good definition of sentience? I guess that would be...
Because when you're saying sentience, I'm thinking conscious, similar to a level of something that can really...
Able to perceive or feel things.
I'm hearing myself in the background.
You got a little bit of echo, Prescott.
My definition of sentience is whether or not the being experiences, like has qualia.
So does which animal does not have that?
Well, just to use an extreme example, I would say like bacteria.
That's a good one, actually. I like that one.
I would say bacteria don't experience. They're just automatic. They're just machines, essentially.
All right. I mean, I guess if we're going to throw that in the animal definition, sure. I mean,
I'm just kind of thinking. Well, I mean, when I'm thinking sentience, I'm thinking, is it able to think and actually perceive? Can it actually? If it's just sort of rough and hewn, I don't know.
So what about a mentally ill person that fits that definition? Can we kill that? Is that ethically right and morally right to take that life?
No.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's what you're arguing about.
No. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing they're different species, firstly, entirely.
So you're specious. You think just because someone's a member of our own species, we should be treating them differently?
Sure, why not?
Well, it's kind of bigoted a little bit, don't you think?
Well, maybe from your perception. I don't really care. It's kind of the traditional human view throughout all of history. So.
Right, that's a fallacious argument as well. Appeal to
tradition.
But
to whatever. Yeah.
Right. I'm making the statement that it's morally wrong. It's unethical. I'll throw that out. It's unethical to take a life. I'll say that.
Unless you're sustaining yourself. I'm not saying you should kill one, like, just because you want the trophy or anything. Or if there's an endangered species and you kill it just because you want a fur coat. No. But if you're going to kill an animal and you're going to use its meat and use it, then I have no problem. I see no big issue. If you're just killing an animal for fun, you're a sociopath and you're a sick fuck. But if you're killing one for other purposes, I don't see it as a big deal. So long as you don't prolong the suffering or you're not a dick.
So wait, should we allow lions to eat zebras?
Me or him?
I'm asking J-Dubs.
Yeah, we would have to allow that to happen. Yeah, of course.
But we would be complicit in a crime, wouldn't we?
Yeah, we would be complicit, sure. But there's nothing we can do about it because what we would do. How would we feed the lion?
Yeah.
I mean, if we were to put it on another diet, that would be animal abuse, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
I think giving lions carrots is probably a great alternative. They probably find it very satisfying and stop antelope hunting altogether just by the sheer use of the carrot.
Yeah. I think the real hard question is when is an animal sentient? When is it not? It's hard to know.
That's what I was saying. I don't really.
Just having a nervous system doesn't mean it's aware of itself or even has experiences. Or at least it doesn't follow inevitably that it does. Like it could, but who knows?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, Reuven has a picture of a dolphin. The dolphin can pass the what's that test? Like the self recognition? Yeah, it can recognize itself.
Yeah.
Anything that can recognize itself. Dolphins even have their own weird language now. Dolphins I consider closer to our level of consciousness, so I would consider it immoral to kill them. So
Yeah,
I guess
I think
I'm
it's
sort of a
illegal to kill a
materialist.
dolphin.
I guess I'm sort of a materialist. The higher your level of consciousness, the more responsible you are, or the more responsible we are not to kill you. Is why you made that whole special needs kids argument, but I don't really see it near the same thing.
Yeah, my main thing is can it suffer? And if it can suffer, then I think it's wrong to make it undergo like prolonged torture or suffering. But if we have a way to like instantaneously kill them, like for example, I eat chickens, and I don't think it's immoral to eat chickens, even though I don't think they're self-aware, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, that's a difficult situation. Like I said before, humans are. I mean, we practically live off of chickens and cows, so it's like, you know what I mean? It's kind of like there's a tough little, Nick. We are in a tough little niche there.
Well, but I mean, it's a little bit. I mean, I guess I have to ask. You're talking about banning killing animals at all in what, America? Because I mean, there are different tribes, as Prescott was talking about. There are different people. I mean, there are people that still eat just about anything. Chinese communities will eat cats, dogs, whatever they can. There are communities that aren't really attached to the first world and aren't a part of our production line per se.
Yeah, but they're fucking Chinese.
Right, I don't really take credence to what their traditions and culture is. I could care less personally, but if they're doing something reprehensible, yeah, then it should be stopped.
Well, but it's a little bit different. I'm not talking about like. Okay, well then let's talk Dominican Republic. I lived down there for a while. They'd kill dogs and eat them. They'd kill all sorts of things. They aren't as attached to industrialized food as they are. Is that immoral?
Killing dogs?
Killing dogs, killing whatever they had. They had cows and pigs, but they didn't eat them mostly because they didn't eat a meat diet that often. They ate them for special celebrations or whatever because the animals can usually produce things like eggs, milk, or whatever.
Yeah, of course.
They killed off male dogs or female dogs mostly, so that you couldn't have rampant dog populations running around.
I mean, yeah, of course I'm against it. I don't know what you want me to say.
I was just sort of curious because I mean I lived there. I went down there for 3 weeks. They're totally detached from society, so they have to be totally self-sufficient. They aren't really connected to the industrialized world. So it just seems a little strange because they're not. I don't really get why it's wrong because they aren't. In the first world, you can avoid eating animals and you don't ever have to eat anything like that. But in the third world, where you're
right, so the solution is lift them up, bring the third world into the first world, civilize them.
That's something that's going on, but at the process, like you can't just do it like that. We've been working on that for 50 years, 100 years. I don't know.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
Okie dokie then. I didn't mean to make the room go totally quiet.
That
That
was not your doing.
It was me.
It was J-Dubs. Always just looking for a fight with the new guy.
Nah, he's alright. I like J-Dubs.
Like, I don't believe in moral, so you're a little echoey there, Prescott.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of lag, because normally it's not a problem, but if there's a bit of lag, then that's what I think is causing the echo. Anyway, I'll mute myself.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't mean to get a little heated. My position is I don't know. I don't believe in subjective morality or moral relativism or any of this other nonsense. I believe in objective values and morals. So it's like, whether or not people are doing something, it does. Like, let's say, let's use those slavery instance. People back in the day had slaves. That was still moral. It was still objectively wrong to do, even though what I'm saying. That's like an example. Schmidt.
And that you get heated. That's just normal. It's conversation. It doesn't really bother me. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of moral relativism either. I get what you're saying. There's another term called pluralism that I tend to hold to, but that's a bit difficult. It's basically like there are a bunch of different views. We don't know the exact objective, but we can sort of measure it by successes or something else. It's sort of I don't know.
That's why I like those. I think you were there, J-Dubs, but those the moral I forget what they're called. They're like hypothetical moral situations, and people have different answers on how they reply to them. But because they're hard answers.
I do believe in a basic objective morality, though, because any society that sort of proclaims killing each other is kind of chill would not survive, because we're pretty social creatures. So I think there is definitely. I think anybody who argues.
That's not what objective morality is, though.
No, well.
That's just a pragmatic morality.
Well, what's the purpose of morality, though, is the question, I guess.
Well, objective morality. Oh my God, mute Prescott.
Prescott, just get out of the browser real quick and come back in. He'll take care of that. Welcome to the room, Lindsay. And what were you saying, Doug?
Oh, I was going to talk about objective morality. Should I wait for Prescott? Maybe he was trying to say something. I don't know.
He's always trying to say something. Hey, welcome back. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good.
Talking about morality.
Basically, like objective morality is not dependent on any person's opinion of it. It exists independent of people.
So you're speaking like godlike morality. Someone hands down the law, and that is the law.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be derived from a god, but that's
it
the
doesn't
usual.
really matter. But
yeah, that's the usual.
I would question the idea of an objective morality in a universe without a god, honestly.
Yeah, I was just telling you what I think the typical definition is.
I have a question for Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that it's possible to ever know something 100%?
Not really, no.
So you're saying that so you're saying that 2 plus 2 doesn't objectively equal 4.
Well, wait, just a
I try
minute.
to teach my friend Nicole, her daughter.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Wait. What's going on? There's like a mute war going. What happened?
Because her thing, she was talking to someone in her house or something. And...
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No. That's actually pretty much addressed when I took physics. You can't know 2 plus 2 equals 4 completely, which is why when you get into more advanced mathematics, you add 2 plus 2 equals 0.01 or something, because the decimal points afterwards equal your certainty amount, so...
Well, I mean, mathematics, all of mathematics depends on assumptions anyway. Like, you have to assume axioms even to come to mathematical conclusions.
Besides which, mathematics is just a crazy issue anyway, but I believe in objective truth. I just question the idea of an objective morality without God, at least objective the way you described it, Doug.
Yeah, okay. That's the traditional meaning of it, as far as I'm aware. Where it's not dependent on a human agreeing with it. It's just it exists totally independent of human judgment.
Right. Yeah. That's subjective. Like, here's another example. This might make, I don't know. You tell me if this makes sense to you. The color blue. It's subjective how we perceive blue as an individual, but blue objectively exists. Does that make sense to you?
I understand it, yeah.
So that's true, right? Blue exists?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say so,
Okay.
at least in this reality. So basically, blue exists even though there are colorblind people that can't perceive the color blue.
Exactly. There you go.
Yeah, I get it. I don't know how you would find or completely define an objective morality without a God. Because without a God, it would seem to me that all morality wouldn't be necessarily relativistic, but as Doug said, it would be pragmatic, i.e. the morality that works, that allows species to succeed and surpass each other, is the correct morality.
Have you heard Sam Harris?
I'm not. I was just gonna say I'm not an atheist. I mean, I believe in God, but I think that's irrelevant. I don't know.
I objectively fucked a rye in the pussy.
Okay. Thank you. Fucking Arabs. Oh, oops. Was my mic open?
When we're live.
That's a joke. I was just joking.
What was that? What the hell is all this?
I've never had that happen.
I guess we'll just have a troll night, huh?
Sam Harris.
I like Crimson. Look at what Crimson wrote before she left. I can't fix it. Sorry. Fuck all you. I'm out. And there's no God.
Why'd she get so mad? I mean, her fan was fucking loud and we couldn't hear each other.
It was really annoying. I don't know.
It's not our fault her fucking fan is loud as fuck.
And anyway, Preston, you were trying to say something before you left. You want to finish your thoughts?
I forgot.
Ah, fuck, God. Old people.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you're familiar with it, Dan, but Sam Harris has proposed an objective morality that's not dependent on.
Yeah, actually, I am. I don't really. His definition is pretty good. I really don't like Sam Harris. I prefer Jonathan Haidt, which is someone Sam Harris hates quite a bit. Sam Harris tried to give an objective morality beyond religion because he just fucking hates religion for some reason. Jonathan Haidt tried to give a normative definition of what morality is and why it exists, and I prefer that definition more, I guess. If you're interested in any of his work, it's called, his big book is called The Righteous Mind, Why Good People Are Divided by Politics and Religion.
You know who Shelley Kagan is? He's a moral philosopher. He had a cool debate with William Lane Craig about objective morality and saying that it's just not necessary or helpful to human interaction.
Studying morals. I don't know.
Well, let's say there is an objective morality out there. Even if that's true, a person is going to behave in a certain way, whether they think there is or not. Like people do things that they know either society thinks is wrong or that's just plain wrong in an objective sense. People do things like that anyway. People just do immoral things. That's just something some people do. So whether it's whether it's objective or subjective, it doesn't have any. It doesn't make a practical difference in how people treat each other.
I don't know.
But obviously, I want to treat other people.
I don't know. I think morality is important. I think one of the important things about morality is instilling it, sort of creating societal pressures. I do think that people, I mean, if they think nobody's watching, or they're just so off the chart they don't give a fuck anyway, but I think that most people do care how they're perceived, especially if it's weighted to how they will be treated, which is, I think, one of the important things to morality, which is a social species. If we're interacting with each other, then morality and enforcing is important.
Yeah, I agree. I think social stigma is an important component, but I do think that people have kind of an inbuilt morality also. Like,
yeah, I would agree.
People probably throughout their lives are in many situations where they could do an immoral act and no one would ever know about it, except they still choose not to do it.
Yeah, I agree.
I do like Sam Harris's idea, though. Just our goal with morality should be to have a world, to somehow strive toward a world where we have the least amount of suffering for everything.
I like that. I like that.
Just to sort of paraphrase, isn't Sam Harris's basic code of morality, though, just a kind of a golden rule thing? I mean, I've given it a little bit, I've looked over it a little bit, but it just comes off
it is
a very
basically
in-depth golden rule thing, so I don't know.
It's a little different than the golden rule, because the golden rule isn't exactly that great. Like, treat others as you wish to be treated. I mean, just because you might want to be treated this certain way doesn't mean you should treat other people that way too. So there's some problems with the golden rule, but overall it's a pretty good rule. But Harris's thing is
all right, then not the golden rule. I know.
Yeah, like if you were a
libertarian,
you wouldn't want them to follow the golden rule, because then they would want to hurt you.
And like using libertarian terminology, isn't his very similar to the non-aggression principle then?
No, it's not. It's not any particular policy. It's just that his is defined by an end goal, which is however we have to get to the state of the least amount of suffering possible. That's the path we should take. Whatever that takes.
Reuven says in the comments, the silver rule: do not do to others what you would not have them done to you, and that's Hillel the Elder, 100 years before Jesus. I'm sorry, what?
Rabbi Hillel. That's Rabbi Hillel.
Hillel.
That's
Thank
a
you.
little better. That gets around the masochist problem.
Well, I think the issue is one of.
Actually, it doesn't.
Horrible with names. Sorry, I apologize. I butchered the name.
No, that's okay. That's not a problem. The problem with any of the golden rules is that issue of where a person can make an excuse for their behavior by that is the perception, Doug. A masochist would, Doug wrote in the chat, a masochist would still want to hurt you following that rule. What is interesting is that all of the religions around the world, or at least all the major religions around the world, have some form of this idea. I think they call it the ethics of reciprocity.
Yeah.
And what it is it's more, seems to be more like, I guess if we were to try and describe it in current terms, it would really have to do more with you show respect to another in the way that you would want them to show respect to you. It's not about, like, a masochist doesn't get away with this, because if you were to ask a masochist, can I hurt you anytime I want? Like, is that what you would want? And of course the masochist is going to say no, because there are occasions when he's not going to want that behavior done to him. There are times when he would, but there are times when he would not, and that becomes the part of the rule. It's not just what he would do, but it's what he would want done on any given time. So if he expects people to respect his desire to not be harmed, then in turn he should respect another person's desire to not be harmed, even if he's a masochist.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That makes sense. And I don't think that even the golden rule, as it's traditionally formulated, is meant to be like a strict, a strict rule. It's just a kind of a guideline. They're more what you'd call guidelines.
Yeah. Well, even like with Rabbi Hillel, when he was asked by a potential convert that if he could teach the Torah while standing on one foot, the man would convert. And so Rabbi Hillel is said to have replied, what you find harmful to yourself, don't do to another person.
Yeah.
The rest is commentary, go study.
Yeah.
And so it seems to be that any time that you approach the law, like, this is how I look at that statement, is that whatever law you approach, that if it results in harm to another person or to yourself, that you're misunderstanding it or you're misusing it.
Yeah, I like that approach.
I love Reuven's fucking picture. It's fucking perfect.
Yeah, that was who I was. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's who I was impersonating. In case you guys didn't see that movie or remember that scene.
I'm not a big Johnny Depp fan, but the movie Transcendence has changed my mind about him. Great movie.
Really?
Excellent movie.
What's it about? I have never seen it. Never even heard of it.
I'm not even going to tell you what it's about. Just go see it. Illegally download it. Grab it on the torrents. Yeah, it came out this year.
I'll have to go see it.
Did you say illegally downloaded?
Bending, twisty fuck.
Oh, it's not that big of a deal. They're going to make their money back anyway. No problem.
Yeah, but
Is it like mind bending though?
Mind bending?
This is a guy who wants to make it illegal to kill all animals in the world.
Right, but there's no pain in taking ones and zeros from another computer to mine.
Corporate executives aren't sentient, Prescott.
Hey, you know what? I don't disagree with that. They're cold and dead, yeah.
They're dead inside. They don't have souls.
This is what we call
They're just animals.
relativism.
Damn you, Prescott! No.
Eventually, it all comes around, J-Dubs.
I do not consider torrents as stealing.
Well, obviously,
Personally.
because stealing is wrong.
Well, what am I stealing?
No, J-Dubs just does not agree with the U.S.'s laws on intellectual property.
I mean, it's just ones and zeros on a hard drive that doesn't, doesn't really exist. It doesn't. Well, okay, here's the point. You're not taking a tangible object in reality. It's just ones and zeros in the internet.
Yeah,
so it doesn't exist.
And that's a perfectly legitimate argument, by the way.
Yeah, it is actually a legitimate argument.
Yeah.
Prescott doesn't want to listen to it because.
Well, Prescott is a capitalist, and he, loves He loves to see poor people.
Hey. There's nothing wrong with capitalism.
No, I'm a fan of it too. Well,
I'm a fan of free markets. I'm not a fan of capitalism.
Yeah. It gets sticky depending on how you define it. To me, capitalism is the new fascism.
Well, apparently, some interpretations or definitions of words are different to one person than another.
Yeah, because I didn't know there was
a relative.
Oh man, words. This is fucking no. We're not going here. Wittgenstein can go fuck himself. Wittgenstein can go fuck himself. I hate that bastard. No, I love him, but I hate him.
What do you guys think of postmodernism? The philosophy.
Painting? Oh, okay, the philosophy. I was going to say painting.
It's created some amazing literature, and I hate most people who subscribe to it. Like, seriously, postmodernist literature is amazing, but most of the people that read it are hipster fags. And
tell us what you really think.
Just saying.
This is a little bit over my pay grade. I don't really get into that. What's an example of postmodernism or whatever it was called?
It's the ultimate embrace.
Kurt Vonnegut is a great example of postmodernism.
I hate to say this. I don't know whoever the fuck.
He's an author. Really, you haven't read
Fight Club. Fight Club is an example of postmodernism.
Oh, I like Fight Club the movie. I haven't read the book though. Okay.
Yeah, but it's not quite the same as postmodern.
It's not as extreme as Vonnegut, but it is postmodernist literature. If you've ever read any Chuck Palahniuk, he's very postmodern.
Basically, postmodernism says that there's no foundation to anything. Everything is relative.
Take nihilism and put it on steroids. Take nihilism and put it on steroids, and you get postmodernism.
Yes, it's even way more relative than nihilism, for sure. Like, they don't even think. I mean, everything's relative to them. Every single thing, like the Earth orbits the sun. That's just an opinion that society is all agreed to.
It's almost solipsistic a little bit.
Oh, I think it definitely is.
Those are the things I hate more. The worst in life, the most in life is solipsism and nihilism. Ugh. I want to go hang. I want to go hang myself in the cold closet when I fucking get in a conversation.
I actually
with
like a little bit of solipsism. But nihilism drives me out the window.
Hold on. Are you guys actually talking about nihilism, or are you talking about the popular misconception of nihilism? Because there's a big difference between what Nietzsche actually wrote and what people think nihilism means.
Nietzsche popularized nihilism, but he didn't believe it was the goal. If I'm correct, Nietzsche is still classified as an existentialist, correct?
I'm not sure if he is.
Because I thought from my friend read him, and I've read a little bit of Nietzsche. I'm not the biggest fan of him. I like Soren Kierkegaard much better. But my friend's read a lot of Nietzsche, and he said that Nietzsche viewed nihilism as an unfortunate phase before we got to a true existentialist utopia or something like that.
Right, right.
Nihilism is the ultimate paradox, by the way. I believe nothing, still a belief in something, and therefore, you know. Just gonna leave that one floating. I love paradoxes.
Me too. I never lie. I cannot tell a lie.
Reuven, you said your friend writes for the pirate party. There's like there is actually like a legitimate like Pirate Bay political party, isn't there, in like Switzerland or?
Then it's in
Is
Germany.
it Switzerland? Oh, Germany. Okay.
It's called Die Piratenpartei. Partei, sorry, Die Piratenpartei.
That's pretty cool. That's actually pretty cool.
Is that Dutch? Are they Dutch?
Pirate Bay?
Yeah.
I thought they were from Switzerland, but I have no clue
No,
now.
the Die Piratenpartei. Pa. Those people.
Who's down German?
Well, I don't know. He used to go by the name I Guess Jews and Stickham, so it's a possibility that he is.
I don't know. The only people I really know much about here are J-Dubs and Reuven, because I've had interactions with J-Dubs before, and I know Reuven from Facebook. So I'm just sort of curious what everyone else's feelers are. I'm sort of groping around in the dark.
We met before. I don't. Oh yeah. I think
Yeah,
a few
drunk.
times. Okay.
Remember?
What happened?
I was drunk that one night. I dealt with who's that other guy? James, maybe?
Oh, I think I might have like booted you out. I said get sober and come back when you're.
No, that wasn't me. That wasn't me, because Reuven shut down the conversation. We were having a good conversation, even though I was a little drunk. Reuven, it was up until like 4 o'clock in the morning, and Reuven was just like, I finally got to go to bed or something. It was like me and James, and we were just having a discussion, and then James had to leave. And we had a discussion about drinking, like why do I drink or whatever. We were going into the discussion. There was no hard feelings or anger or anything. Reuven's just like, I gotta go.
Yeah, I never really got into pre-modernism, whatever.
It's just called modernism, isn't it?
Modernism, pre-modern, postmodern, pre-nup, post-nup, pre-op.
I've heard of the postmodernism. What is pre-modernism? I've never heard of that before.
It's just modernism. It's really fucking weird. You got to get into literature and art to understand it a little bit, because modernism follows from... Okay, so here's the art chain. It goes from structuralism to post-structuralism to modernism to postmodernism. And at the head of it all is existentialism and nihilism. Existentialism and nihilism come before structuralism, post-structuralism, and modernism and postmodernism. Basically, it's moving from a more objective morality, a more objective reality, and all the way to the most relative subjective reality you can possibly get, mostly.
Got that, J-Dubs?
No. But thank you anyway, Schmidt. Appreciate it. To me, it seems like it takes a lot of work and effort to really focus and study in that sort of deal, and you need a lot more mental faculties.
It's a pain in the ass. You gotta really get into it. I mean, yeah.
You know, I'm a simpleton. I'll admit it. You know, I'm a simple guy. I'm not gonna go deep. You know, I'm not like Michael. Go deeper.
You're not gonna go deep. Well, I'm gonna go balls deep. Just saying.
Yeah, I hear you. That's what she said.
Actually, that's what your mom said.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Reuven. Okay, that's what he. Yeah, that would be what he. That's what he said. Yeah. Well, I mean, I got. Well, actually, that could be what she said. She could have a penis. You know, it is the year 2014 after all, Reuven. I mean, you know, women have penises now apparently. So. You know.
What is your feeling on that? Transgenderism and all that.
Do we need to get Nadia in here? Is that what you're saying? Prescott, you really diverted today from Rob. I thought you would have hung around a little longer.
Oh.
Prescott realized that he was going to have to mute and take his medication before he lost it. So it's a good thing that he didn't lose it because we have him now.
I showed up largely because somebody had sent a message saying that there was a hangout, and I went anticipating that there would be like a group of people there. No offense to you that you were there, just that like I wasn't going there to have a one-on-one with Rob, and so I was actually kind of glad that I didn't have to stay for a prolonged amount of time. Not because I just there was other things that I had to do, which is kind of what I'm doing now while this is all going on. So
Rob today came into the hangout here, and he wouldn't shut the fuck up, so I muted him. I'll admit I put him in purgatory. And he says, I'm going to have to leave now. I hate fucking censorship. So, you know, an hour later I go ahead and do his hangout. He's like, J-Dubs, you're going to have to go bye-bye. And he kicks me. I'm like thinking to myself, wait a minute. This seems odd. Wait, what happened to the censorship part?
I think that almost qualified as cognitive dissonance.
No, that would be what it actually means. Rob has a new definition now.
That's when there's a disconnect between what you do and what you think, right?
No.
I am correct. That's what cognitive dissonance means?
Yeah, yes, Prescott. I'm pretty sure it did, yeah. Is it? I don't know.
Well, it's...
I've been listening to Rob all fucking month, so I have no idea what the words mean anymore, man.
Anyway.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think that's what you're really pointing out was, you know, he was saying one thing, but he turns around and he does another. I mean, you might understand why he did it. It's just that after he very clearly says that he has a problem with it. But he's booted other people out, so, you know, it's...
Yeah.
Not like that's... so
much for fascism and censorship, you know. Oh well.
Who was the one that was debating nuclear safety with me? Was that you, J-Dubs?
Earlier today, yeah, we were talking about it a little bit.
Well, no, you know, even before today, you were debating it with me as well, weren't you? Were you with me or against me?
I'm not 100% for nuclear power, but I'm not for banning it or anything like that. I actually think it's actually pretty relatively safe, and it actually produces power that's relatively good.
I just wish we could get the fucking holy grail, cold fusion.
Oh, cold fusion. I don't know much about that.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Cold fusion is the holy grail of nuclear science because it would eliminate all the negative effects of normal fusion and remove all cost, basically. At least, like, you wouldn't have nuclear fallout or a chance for it. It's incredible, and it's only been created once by accident in a lab, and we've been trying to recreate it for like 2 decades. I don't know.
Did NASA ever follow through on their nuclear propulsion systems, or is that still in the works? Because they got shot down because of safety concerns about that, or what?
I don't know. It seems a little ridiculous. If you're going to be in space using nukes, you should be fine. It's all fucking nuclear radiation around there anyway, basically, so who gives a fuck?
Now, cold fusion, would that be more powerful than nuclear power? Is that correct or not?
No, I think it would still be equally as powerful, or maybe a bit less powerful, but it would negate a lot of the risk.
That's the biggest problem with traveling faster than the speed of light, or traveling the speed of light with warp drive. We don't have anything powerful enough to power. Even if we could travel warp drive speeds, we don't have anything powerful enough to power that.
Well, I think that's why they're looking into a lot of antimatter and other things. When antimatter comes into matter, it creates an incredible amount of energy.
Unlike a lot of people that are concerned about the safety of that, I think that we can definitely travel the speed of light. I don't think it'll harm you. I don't know how that rumor ever got started.
No, traveling the speed of light would be strange. I don't know. I can understand people being worried about it. When they thought they'd detonate the first nuke, there were fears that it would ignite the atmosphere and we'd all die. It's just sort of it's one of the fears of progression in science, honestly.
Yeah, they thought if you broke the sound barrier that your fucking head would explode, so.
Exactly. I mean, reaching the speed of past or to the speed of light is a pretty lofty goal. I don't think we're going to achieve it anytime soon, but I think we can.
I mean, it's proven theoretically that you can travel the speed of light. The issue is traveling faster than the speed of light.
FTL, yeah. But I don't know. Even moving the speed of light, you're going to be pretty damn limited in the universe. FTL is what I would love, honestly. I don't know.
I'm being pragmatic. I would like to see us travel the speed of light in my lifetime.
I don't think that. I don't know that that's very pragmatic. I mean,
well, how old are you, Down?
Yeah. I'm going to live to be 125, so I've got a lot of time left.
Oh, you're going for Moses. Okay. Going for Moses' record. I hear you.
Now, Moses' record is what, 700 years? What is it?
It's only 120. You think of like Noah or something.
Yeah, you're thinking of Noah or Adam or all the people who lived to be. Never mind, I'm not going to go on that tangent.
If any species or subspecies of human ever lived that long, would they even be able to tell by looking at the bones?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Would they be able to what? I didn't hear the whole question.
Would you be able to tell from the bones?
I'm such an amateur at biology. All I know is physics and chemistry.
I mean, I think the dinosaurs lived a lot longer than we give them credit for, because I don't think we really know how long they lived for. And they've proven that the atmosphere was richer in, was it carbon dioxide or was it oxygen?
Well, it depends on which period. During sometime, like, I don't know, a couple million years after the Cambrian, our atmosphere was 1/3 oxygen, but that wasn't necessarily beneficial because having so much oxygen meant whenever a storm came in and lightning came in, forest fires just swept through the land. Sparks.
So how long is it down that dinosaurs lived to be? What is the going theory for that?
I don't know how long
I don't
know much about.
I don't think they have it pinned down. I mean, how would they really know?
I think I've heard something that larger animals. There was some evolutionary guy talking about how being bigger was beneficial, which is what was nice for the dinosaurs, and how it extended their lives, because they talked about some dinosaurs had gestation periods for 2 or 3 or 4 years.
Well, they think they were so big because of that atmosphere, how it was thicker with oxygen. Is that why they claim they got so big? Because the vegetation was bigger, everything was bigger.
I don't know. There was a claim about how being bigger was an evolutionary advantage. I'm such an amateur with biology. I don't like to say much.
Oh, hey, Adam. I actually just talked about you just a couple minutes ago. How are you, man?
What were you saying about me?
We were talking about a topic that you might have wanted to get in on. I thought you were moving, so I wasn't expecting to see you today.
Adam, where are you moving to?
Oh, I'm staying in town. I'm just moving to a different place.
No, I mean, did you get a house or apartment?
Well, I couldn't hear what you said. What?
A house or an apartment?
I mean, I really don't want to discuss it publicly, but what were you guys discussing?
Yeah, I might figure out where you live out of the billions of apartment buildings out there or houses. I might somehow stumble upon where you live when I have no idea what you're in.
We were talking about pre and post modernism.
Oh, okay.
I've never heard the term pre-modernism, so explain that to me.
Oh, whatever the fuck they were calling it in text.
Well, I just want to know what it is. I'm not trying to belittle you. I've never heard of I've never heard of pre-modernism. What is it? I don't know what it is.
It's something Reuven adheres to. So you're gonna have to Reuven get on mic. Let's hear it.
I'm not talking to Reuven. I'm talking to Prescott or Adam here.
It's traditionalism or conservatism or some combination of the two.
That's pre-modernism?
I've never heard the term before. I don't even know if it's a term. Did you just make that up, Reuven? I want to know.
Wouldn't that just be whatever preceded modernism?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be called pre-modernism. There's a specific term for it.
Oh, okay. I thought that the conversation you guys were just having sounded pretty interesting about.
We were trying to figure out how long a dinosaur would live to be. I really wanted to know that.
I wanted to address the question of the atmosphere and how that affected the environment back then versus today, because it makes you wonder if the atmosphere had stayed the same, and or what caused it to change, etc. There's a lot of questions here which I've never found answered through any Wikipedia article or any science special that I've watched. They have suppositions, but there's no concrete proof on any of this stuff. I mean, we've proven the atmosphere was such what it was, but we don't know why it changed.
And to answer your question there, Dan, I don't mean to change the subject, but Reuven posted a good link there for you if you want to know a little bit about pre-modernism.
No, I saw it. That's why I said thanks.
I appreciate that, Reuven.
Actually, it says postmodern psychology is what it says. Adam, do you know anything about dinosaurs?
Yes.
Sorry, I have to turn my volume up or something. I can't quite hear you.
Is my volume low? Can you guys let me? Am I low?
No, you're good.
I think it was me. Sorry, what was the question about dinosaurs?
How many of them were we able to fit on the Ark?
How many can you fit on the Ark? Well, they didn't bring dinosaurs. They don't bring the full grown animals, right? They would have brought dinosaur eggs if there were dinosaurs around.
There's a couple of leading theories on it. But why are we getting into the Noah's Ark story, Down syndrome?
So,
AKA Fusey.
So did Noah gather up all the eggs and then sit on them to keep them warm, or what happened?
I think his wife did that, wasn't it? I don't know, man. I don't think it really explains, but there's a lot of different ways you can interpret the blood story.
Or you're not a theist, though, are you?
No, I'm not.
There's two beliefs. One, that it was a miracle. No one really knows for sure how the animals got on the ark, and the other theory is that it is literal, that Noah literally gathered all the animals. How did he do it? We don't know.
I like the Christian hillbilly interpretation, though, that the dinosaurs were all on the ark, and not once did they ever think about chomping on Noah. These carnivorous dinosaurs. They never wanted to eat a human being. Sorry, that's why I brought that up, because of some bullshit that he was talking about one day.
Well, I mean, theoretically, could it be possible that the dinosaurs that didn't want to eat humans would have been the ones that would have came to the ark, the friendly kind? the ones that wanted to survive just a little longer before they got hit with a rock and died out.
Like alligators.
Like Denny the dinosaur, right?
The ones that lived long enough to turn into chickens, according to atheists. I don't know. Well, how do we know?
We don't know, but apparently, Christian hillbilly does. So, anyways.
I think God shrunk all the animals down so they could all fit.
By the way,
don't joke about that. It's not funny.
I'm just sort of curious. Every time, usually when I've entered the group, or at least 2 out of the 3 or 4 times, I've been asked to give my political or religious views. So I'm sort of curious to everyone else's. If you just want to write it over there in the comments or whatever, I'm just sort of curious. So that
I'm sorry, I turned away. What was your question, Schmidt? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I was asking because I've entered the group a couple times, and I've been asked what my religious or political views are. So I'm sort of curious what everyone else's is. If they just wanted to put it in the comments, or just tell me or tell everyone what theirs was.
Oh Jesus!
And please tell me if you live in an apartment or a house. Please put that in the chat.
I'm a God believing theist that lives in an apartment, and I'm a social conservative. There you go. Does that help you, Schmidt, a little bit? And down.
It does, yeah.
I live in a really shitty slum apartment. If you even want a more precise, it's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath apartment. Does that even help you even more?
Maybe you should write books like Rob Beasley so you can live the high life.
Yeah, and then I'll charge you $80 for it.
I find it kind of funny that you're the social conservative who used to have his face imposed on an image of Che Guevara.
I still do. I can throw that up on there for you, and the big screen. Let me see. Let me go ahead and find that for you. There we go.
There it is.
I like Shay. He's a good guy.
You just seem like
that's when yeah, I remember now when I first met you. We got kind of in a tussle about that. I remember now.
Yeah, because I said I didn't really like Che or whatever. Yeah, at least it caused you to remember me. But I've been in a couple of other hangouts since then, but you weren't there, so.
I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. What did you say to me? I'm sorry. You asked me a question.
No, I didn't. I said, yeah, I remember that tussle. I was just saying, hey, at least you remembered me from that. I said that I'd been in a few other Google Hangouts. You just hadn't been there.
Reuven says I have the memory of an elephant, but I have to question that actually. Oh yeah, I have Reuven has me as the Pope. I actually did that. I have another Photoshop I did of me of the Prophet Muhammad. God, what's his name? Muhammad Elijah or Elijah Muhammad? Which way does it go? Prophet Elijah Muhammad, I think. Yeah. Elijah Muhammad. Yeah.
By the way, the Pope is
The
now an
memory of a
official,
fish.
the Pope is now an official target of ISIS or ISIL, or whatever the hell you want to call it, whatever that's called. He's a target of them now.
Oh, oof, well, oof. God forbid he gets killed.
I would take that as a compliment to be an official target of them. Somebody explain to me what is the difference between ISIS and ISIL. I'm very confused.
They're the same thing. It's just two different definitions. ISIS is the Islamic State, and ISIL is like the Islamic State of Syria and the Lebanon or something.
So these guys were getting hit with chemical warfare by Syria, and we were all up in arms about it back in November. So we gave them weapons, and now they're killing the Syrian army, and we're supposed to be all up in arms about them killing the Syrian army. Like, whose side are we supposed to be for here? The news media is
Prescott, answer the phone. Jesus is calling you. Have some fucking common courtesy there.
The news media is definitely twisting this, every other month, and it's kind of pissing me off.
Who doesn't get pissed off by the Pope? Down? Come on.
Not talking about the Pope. Talking about talking about the news media.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, maybe you couldn't hear me because Prescott's fucking ringtone wouldn't shut the fuck up.
I was not calling me.
Okay. All right.
Anyways, the point is that we flip-flop all the time. We gave this terrorist group a bunch of arms, and now they are, raising hell. We always get this blowback. It's very funny to me.
Would you prefer to stay out of it altogether, or should we be more active in it?
We're no different than that movie with Nicolas Cage. Lord of War. That's kind of what we are.
I haven't seen the movie, but I think he's an arms dealer or something in the movie.
Yeah. I mean, we are an arms dealer for the world. I mean, we do that through our government, and so it's funny that we actually went after that guy and arrested him when we're doing the same thing on a much larger scale.
The problem is that though, if you believe in staying out of these conflicts, people call you an isolationist and all this other bullshit terms.
Yeah, I don't really care. But the really fucked up thing about this is that ISIS and ISIL would have never come to power had we not invaded and taken out Saddam. Saddam was evil, but I kind of hold to the old truism about better the evil we know than the unknown evil.
Yeah, he was somehow able to keep the animals in their cages. I don't know. I mean,
he had the world's sixth.
He was an evil son of a bitch, but he did.
He had the world's sixth largest army and one of the best economies in the Middle East. So of course he was able to keep them at bay. I mean, he was able to pay his henchmen very well, and he had a shit ton of henchmen.
And as long as it worked for us, we were good with it.
Jesus Christ.
That was
compared to what they have now, I mean, Saddam Hussein was very progressive compared to what they have now.
Got a point.
Yeah, but to what degree was that just either poor planning or political kowtowing that led to the situation that we have now? Like the situation we have now was not inevitable, but it was something that ended up being created because I think of various political pressures that made it hard to kind of do what needed to be done.
We created the situation that we have now because we're fucktards. I mean, that's all. That's all I can say about it.
Agreed.
Yeah, I would not disagree with that.
I don't know. this Middle East problem goes back almost all the way to World War I, and I think a huge part of it stems from our just not understanding the Middle East as a people, like trying to impose our will on them or trying to suggest it even has not worked because I don't think we really understand them.
We didn't control them after World War I. The British did.
I'm talking about the West in general, not us, the U.S., but the West in general. Russia, Britain, America have all fucked up in the Middle East, and we've paid huge cost for it.
I don't know. I don't know what the situation, the solution is in the Middle East. I mean, I would say just give everyone their own, every group their own little piece. But I think that'd be a little bit too idealistic.
Have you read the Onion article on that?
I don't like Onion, the parody site or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, it was kind of funny though. It was talking about how they were planning to fix the Middle East problem by giving every single person in the world their own state, or every single person in the Middle East their own state to solve the issue, because it's all so clouded in the Middle East. It's kind of humorous.
Yeah, just make a United States-like country in the Middle East where, if you it doesn't matter what type of Middle Eastern you are, but if you believe in Islam should be the official thing, you can move there.
Reuven gave the link to it. It's pretty funny.
I think it's a good idea, actually.
I never liked the idea of Egypt as part of the Middle East, personally. But yeah, I guess that's included.
I don't know. The Middle East is. I really like when I say I don't think the West understands. When I studied the Middle East back in school, it was divided along very Western lines. But the thing about the Middle East is it's a fucking desert. There aren't very many natural borders, so you have people wandering all over. So after World War I comes in, the British come in and divide up the Ottoman Empire along arbitrary lines of what they think it should be, and it leads to conflict. And it's not like a lot of Europe or a lot of other countries. There are some countries that don't really have natural borders, but there aren't very many natural borders in the Middle East.
I mean, find the different ethnic groups, different religious groups, and just somehow, I don't know, build a country out of it, around it. I don't know. I really don't know what the solution is. I think this is going to keep on fight. They're going to keep on fighting, and just kind of the way it's going to be.
I don't know what the solution is either. And right now, it's kind of fucked up because we caused some of the shit, but we never should have been there in the first place, honestly.
I'm sure Prescott has the answers, but he doesn't want to divulge because he wants to keep that to himself.
What? I'm having a grilled cheese sandwich.
Oh, that's sweet, Al. Good.
Yeah.
American yellow cheese? What type of cheese?
It's I don't know. It's the processed stuff that Grant won't eat.
Oh, like Kraft's?
Yes.
Ugh, that is bad. Ooh.
What's the brand?
The Kraft cheese that comes in those plastic wrappers. You know what I mean?
They just recalled that cheese. You better Google that.
What did you say there? What was it called? What?
They just recalled it. You better Google it.
Oh, they recalled it. Oops. I like yellow American cheese from the deli. That's some good stuff.
I like fucking provolone, Swiss cheese, American cheese is too bland.
Yeah, you like the fancy stuff, huh? Provolone, yeah. A good mozzarella is good. So how did you make the grilled cheese, Prescott? Did you turn the toaster sideways and then put the cheese in like that? Or did you put it in like a toaster oven or something?
I have a toaster oven.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I'm only doing bottom side.
Wait. You make grilled cheese instead of a toaster oven, huh? Does it come out pretty good?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I've
got a convection toaster oven. Is yours convection or is it regular toaster?
No, it's just regular.
The convection is great because it has a fan in it, so it blows the hot air around, makes it cook better.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah. Yeah, because it is kind of hard for a toaster oven to kind of simulate an actual, like, if you made it in a frying pan.
We I don't know what you might have a different name for. My family, we call it a pop-up cheese, but we take like a piece of bread, throw a couple or 2 or 3 slices of cheese on top, and put it in the boiler of the oven. It will get like a little bit crispy in top and like melted in the middle. You ever do anything like that?
That almost sounds like a grilled cheese sandwich. What's the difference?
Yeah, it's like a grilled cheese sandwich without one slice of bread. Yeah. But you put it in the boiler. You know, like the boiler has the flames on top, so like it gets a little like crispy.
Boiler. Okay. All right.
Boiler. Yeah, you have those in Canada, right? Boiler.
Broiler.
Boiler. What do you want me to say?
Broy.
Broiler.
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 Boy, Reuven's over here making fun of the way I say mozzarella. He's, I can't help it.
It's because you can't speak the Queen's English.
I say toilet instead of toilet. I know I can't help it.
Anyway, well, how you just described it is what I'm doing. I'm just making a half a grilled cheese. So it's kind of like the bottom side with the bread that's buttered and then the cheese on top. So.
Yeah, we call that pop-up cheese. I don't know. That's just a funny name we gave it as a kid, as a family.
That's fine.
You're making me hungry talking about this. Now I'm gonna have to make one.
Yeah.
There's this thing they have in Australia called fairy toast. You do toast bread, butter it, and put a little sugar on top. It's actually pretty good. You can even use sprinkles if you want. It's actually really good.
So salt and sugar together is that's kind of almost in every baked good that there is.
That's right. That's why we have high blood pressure and diabetes. Yes. Thank you for pointing that out.
No, we have that from not getting off our butts and going for a walk.
You know what? That's true. You can eat the bad stuff if you do the exercise. Yeah, that's true.
I don't
it's all about moderation.
There's too much salt and stuff already. I mean, salt just makes it taste like crap to me. It's too damn salty.
Yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, I don't. It's like people put salt on their fries, or they put salt on their chicken, or they put salt on. I'm like thinking to myself, it's already fucking filled to the brim of salt. How much fucking more do you want? Shit.
I have an answer for that.
What's that? High blood pressure?
Well, no, you use. No. You just you want more on it because it tastes better. It
doesn't taste better. I'm saying it doesn't taste better with it. Like I got some potato chips recently, and I fucking they're horrible. There's too much fucking salt on them. It's not the chip itself. It's the fucking salt. There's too much salt on them.
We got fucking animals in here in New York. I don't know how to even explain this. You got to tell me this, people. Someone could take a perfectly ripe, beautiful watermelon, slice it up, and they'll put fucking salt on it. Do people do people do this in any other place? Anyone here know what I'm talking about? They put fucking salt on their watermelon. I'm like, what the fuck?
I've never heard of that.
Put salt in watermelon.
These people are fucking mad.
They do that where I live too.
Oh, that's odd. I've never heard of that one.
Oh, Jesus, you're right over there?
That's strange. That's not right, man. Water on, or salt on watermelon. Weird.
Salt on anything is weird to me.
Occasionally.
So how you doing over there, Adam? You're doing some grilling and some ginseng?
Past few days I haven't had a really bad toothache. Had to go get a tooth pulled yesterday, actually. So I've been eating.
Sorry to hear that.
Non-solid foods the past few days.
Yeah, I need to get a couple of teeth removed, but I don't want to look like a freak with missing teeth. You know what I mean? Which teeth did you get removed? Hopefully the back ones.
Very back, yeah. It was a wisdom tooth. So I've lost my wisdom. So if I seem like I don't have the answers any longer, because of that fucking tooth, they stole my wisdom and they didn't give it back.
It's not really a real tooth, though. Nobody sees those when they're pulled out. I mean, those are, yeah, no one notices those. They're not real teeth.
Not a real tooth?
No, it's not.
What the fuck does that mean?
It's one of your. It means that it's one of your old men teeth. When you lose all your front teeth, they call them wisdom teeth because when you get really fucking old, that's all you have left in your mouth to chew on your food.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I get that now. Okay.
Because they're way in the back. They're usually one of the last ones to go.
You get what he's saying, like when you see like an old man with no teeth, but the only ones he has are those back teeth. That's why he called them wisdom. That's actually kind of funny. Okay, that makes sense.
And now I'm making a grilled cheese thanks to fucking Prescott over here.
Well, don't forget to have like a gallon of milk with it, like always.
You gotta have a dill pickle with yours, Prescott. Always. You gotta have a dill pickle to go with that grilled cheese.
I don't have any pickles. I just picked up enough groceries for the weekend.
I'm making mine with mozzarella cheese.
I was tempted to pick up some mozzarella instead of the cheddar, but
I get a 5-pound bag every month from the government, so.
Oh.
It's my government cheese.
They swing by once a month with the ration.
That's right. That's how it works for me. I'm broke. I'm as broke as Rob Beasley's book sales.
Oh, Jesus.
You don't happen to be his publisher, do you?
Yeah.
He really thinks that he's still going to make money off of this. He was telling me in his Hangout today that, well, if my book doesn't make any money, I'll have to go back to work. Like, he thinks his book may still make money. I mean, I can't believe this.
Dude, that guy's a fucking psychopath. He was having, I don't know if you know Green Eyes Sufi, Frank. He wanted him to sell 10,000 books. He wanted him to go out and sell the books. He was gonna pay him like 10 cents a book. That was gonna be his payment. That's how sick the guy is, man.
The only reason he was able to write that book is because his wife is still working while he takes his year or 2 years off, however long he's taking off.
Well, I haven't read the book yet. I mean, I heard just great things about it, but from what I've been told from people who did read it, it's just basically half of it's just quotes from other things. There's nothing really to it.
Copy and paste.
Yeah, copy and paste.
Wikipedia.
Rob Beasley. He's become a household name around here.
I was going to say something terrible, and then I opted against it. And then I thought, well, maybe I'll tell them that I was going to say something terrible, and they'll say, what were you going to say?
What were you going to say, Prescott?
Exactly. Thank you, J. Dubs. I forget now. Crap. Oh, the biggest leap for me was not that he thought he would sell all those books. He actually believes that if he could actually talk to religious leaders, that he could literally shut down
religion. Yeah.
What's that?
He actually thinks he's gonna get people to give up religion.
He honestly believes that he would be able to convince them to abandon their religion. Christians, Jews, Muslims, because they've all been corrupted by the empire, and once they see the evidence, it's like you really don't understand kind of the whole process that those people go through who practice those religions, do you? Anyway, I give him kudos for having the courage to put his convictions on paper and put it out there. So, more than most people would do.
Yeah, that's true. When are you gonna write a book, Prescott?
Nah, I got nothing to say.
I wanted to write a novel, actually.
Was that right?
I actually wanted to write a kind of like a crime drama. But I started working on it. I got the character names and kind of like the outline, but I can't. The problem is I can't spell. I can't fucking get it set up, so it's really difficult.
You can't say broiler either.
That's the problem. Yeah, I'd be saying words in the book, and people are like, "What the fuck is he talking about? What's a boiler? What the fuck?"
Did you ever see? There was a movie had
I mean, to be fair, that is actually what we call a broiler here. I mean, everyone I know says boiler, so I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell anyone.
They're two different things. You have a boiler and a broiler. They're two separate things.
I guess we just fuse the two together. I guess we just throw them together.
a boiler, I believe, heats water for like a building, and a broiler is for cooking food. So it's kind of like when the top element of your oven works and you have the bottom one turned off. I think that's right.
Down was showing us a big piece of meat. What is that? What type of meat?
That's government meat.
Oh, government meat? That's the best kind.
That was ham. It was sliced ham. It's like a 5-pound thing of ham.
Oh, cool.
I don't know how you guys afford to live. I mean, none of you have jobs. Very few of you do. I don't know how you afford to be on here all the time. At least
I don't know what you talk about. I work 12 hours a day. I'm hardly ever on YouTube, on Google Hangouts.
All I gotta say is at least I'm honest about it. That's all I gotta say.
Well, Kelsey Grammer. He played he was in Cheers and then played the shrink in. Kelsey?
Oh yes, yeah.
Called
no.
Frasier. Called Frasier.
Frasier, that's it. Yes. Sorry. He did a movie. They filmed it here in Halifax, in Nova Scotia, and just trying to remember something about a duck.
Wait. You're in Nova Scotia?
I'm in Nova Scotia, yes.
He's gonna want to know if you live in a house or apartment.
Well, in Nova Scotia, he probably lives in a house. Nobody in Nova Scotia has an apartment.
Yeah, I have a cottage.
Exactly. Go ahead, sorry.
No, that's all right. Because I was just going to. It was really irritating me why I couldn't think of the name of that movie. I was going to say Who Framed Something, but it's not. It's Who Stole or Who.
I don't think any of us have seen it, though. That's a problem.
Yeah, I know, and that's. It's a. I'll never get my head out of it if I don't go looking for it.
Was there something to what you wanted to tell us?
Yeah. Well, anyway, the idea of the idea of the movie was that he was a writer and he was trying to write a novel, and at the end of it, when it was clear that he couldn't, I think he hired somebody to pretend to be the author because he was so obnoxious. And anyway, basically, the writing ends up coming out as a children's novel. So I was thinking, what you needed to do is you needed to have like a crime-fighting chinchilla, and kind of adapt your storyline like into like a kid's book style kind of thing.
You know what? That's a good. That's a good idea, actually.
Wait a minute. A children's novel about Rob Beasley. That's wonderful.
Something about a cow. It was a cow, a crime-fighting cow. It ended up becoming a crime-fighting cow. And do you know that they don't have it listed on on IMDb? I don't see it here. I'm sorry. I'll shut up. You guys carry on. I'm really irritated by this. Okay.
That reminds me of that movie though with Chevy Chase called Funny Farm.
What's that about? Oh, there it is. I see. They got IMDb set up a little differently now. The Real Howard Spitz. That was a lot of work for nothing. Oh.
I'm starting to
I think I gotta go, peeps. Peace out.
Nice to meet you, Dan, man.
Yeah, it was nice to meet you, man.
Thanks.
See you later.
Take care.
Starting to understand why Prescott has to drive 5 hours each way now.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Said I understand why you got to drive 5 hours each way now.
Oh. Because I keep forgetting things and have to go back?
No, you live in the middle of nowhere.
Yes.
Do you get paid? Do you get paid for the 5 hours though that you drive, or is that not included?
It's a contract, so basically I get paid for the job whether it takes 5 hours or 8 hours. Like if in the middle of winter I get caught in bad weather and get abandoned, I have to look after the bills associated with that.
Seems kind of rough. Too bad you can't work online.
Well, I do have to make a transition from that to get off the road simply for my health. So it's just a matter of just trying to get a few things straightened away before I'm able to do that, which is what I'm working on right now.
It kind of reminds me of Death of a Salesman, actually.
Everything's all right with you, Prescott? You feeling good?
Oh no, well no, just talking about the job, just because of the hours. It's a lot of work and don't get enough rest and all that. So it's like I can stay up tonight, but I know that I'm going to sleep in until probably close to noon tomorrow. So, but through the week, it's kind of like 4 or 5 hours sleep at night.
Nova Scotia has to be the least populated province in Canada, right?
I think our population might be hard to say with Newfoundland because of Labrador, although there's not many people there. But Labrador, Newfoundland, Labrador, which is all one province, and PEI might be smaller population-wise, and PEI would definitely be smaller in terms of physical size. And I'm not sure what the Northwest Territories or Yukon.
But that's the thing, Prescott. He said province. He didn't say territory, technically.
Yeah. Well, I was just.
No, I'm just busting your balls, man. Technically, Canada is divided into provinces and territories, right? It's official. That's officially the way it is.
Yes, that's true. But territories are not provinces. But when I was thinking of the answer, I started thinking, well, what is the population of the territories? Because although they are quite large, there's hardly anybody living up there.
Yeah, I don't like people, so all I need are your basic grocery store, post office, whatever, internet, and I'm good. I don't need anything special, so I don't like cities at all.
Oh, well, you already got that down pat. Aren't you in the middle of bumfuck Kansas or something?
I'm on the edge of the city, so the city is a good 45 minutes to downtown from where I'm at.
Adam Lore's triangulating your position as we speak. Find out where he lives.
I don't believe in triangles.
What's more common in Canada, though? I mean, is it cable internet or DSL? What's the preferred choice up there?
I don't really like here in Nova Scotia. I think we have both, but I have cable now. So
the thing with cable is that you don't have to live close to the cable annex to get it. With DSL, you have to be somewhat close to the substation for it. At least that was my understanding, anyways. Is that DSL only works good if you're close to the substation.
Right. Well, Now, I know with cable, what they say is that you end up. I guess the sales pitch against it was that you end up with everybody on your street basically on that line, and so peak hours, you'll end up having terrible service because everybody else is kind of drawing on that line. But I've never experienced that where I live, so I don't know how true that is elsewhere.
Yeah, but you you kind of live in the middle of nowhere though, so there's probably very few people using it.
Oh yeah, but no, we got a few urban areas. They're not, and they're certainly not comparable to like larger cities or anything like that. But like Halifax has probably 100,000 in the area, and I live just outside a little village called St. Peter's, and there's probably a few thousand in this region, so it's not very large. And since I've never been really anywhere else, I really don't have anything to compare it to. Like you drive through Toronto, actual size of Toronto's not that large, but it's all the suburbs surrounding Toronto that just make it so large.
The thing I like about DSL is that as soon as you power down your modem and then start it back up again, they assign you a new IP address. Like a lot of cable companies make you keep the same IP. I don't like that.
Right.
They change it out every 6 months.
Well,
so if you're willing to wait, you can get a new one.
I'm saying that I can change my IP in a matter of seconds as many times as I want to. Because if somebody,
That's true, yeah.
If somebody is DDoSing you, you're kind of fucked. You got to wait 6 months for your new IP to come through to avoid their DDoS attack.
Yeah, I don't know what would be the official cable way to get around that.
They assign you a new IP address. Like a lot of cable companies make you keep the same IP. I don't like that.
Right.
They change it out every 6 months. Well, if you're willing to wait, you can get a new one.
Hello, Candy. How you doing? I can change
All
my
right.
IP in a matter of seconds, as many times as I want to. Because if somebody,
yeah.
If somebody is DDoSing you, you're kind of fucked. You got to wait 6 months for your new IP to come through to avoid their DDoS attack. Holy
I don't know what would be the official cable way to get around that.
Whoa, somebody has some lag. Holy crap. A lot of cable companies make you keep the same IP. I don't like that.
Right.
Did you guys hear that lag? That's horrible.
She must be on dial-up.
Or maybe she's listening to the YouTube, the live feed outside. Is that what's going on?
I have no idea. That was weird, though.
Yeah, Candy. If you got the, if you're in the Hangout, you don't have to listen to the YouTube. You have to unmute yourself before you want to talk. You'll see like an icon on top of the browser, like it's like a microphone. Just got to click that.
Okay.
How are you tonight?
All right. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
All right.
They've got 1 gig fiber about 20 miles from me, Prescott, but I can't get it because I'm 20 miles out of the zone, you know, the DSL zone. If it were 1 gig cable, I could probably get it. Anyways, the max speed they have where I'm at right now is 20 meg. So I gotta wait for them to update the infrastructure out where I'm at, which they never may do in my lifetime. Who knows? But 1 gig of fiber is what I prefer to be on. Like that'd be great to be on that.
So, Candy, what brings you out this way?
I saw the title, but I see you all are not talking anything about it.
What's the title of the hangout? I'm just wondering.
It said something about believers or unbelievers were welcome or something like that. I'll have to look it up.
Are you a God believer?
Yeah, something like that.
That's good. That's good.
Candy, is that your real hair or is that a wig?
It's a wig.
No, I like it though. Leave it. No, yeah, leave it out as it is. I like it.
Thank you. Everybody, I wonder why people are so interested in that. What interests you about it? Just awkward?
No, you look like Storm from the X-Files or from the X-Men.
All right. So why did you guys stop talking? I might learn something.
Oh, we're all over the place tonight. You have anything interesting on your mind to share with us?
Not in particular. I'm more of a after the fact type of person once the conversation gets going.
Candy, what'd you think of Rob Beasley?
No, don't do that now.
I love everybody, but I'm not fond of his approach. It's very dictative.
Yeah, we all agree actually. So you're definitely in the right place.
Yeah. I was just talking to him, and he didn't open up the chat, I reckon, because I understand his ego. He don't want me to put him on the spot, you know. But I'm old school. I believe right is right and wrong is wrong. And if you're a person that never think you're wrong, then most likely you're the most in the wrong.
Candy's only known Rob Beasley for maybe 3 hours, and she already spelled it out for everybody. That's pretty impressive.
It's not hard. Real recognize real.
And I totally agree with you, by the way. I just wish there was a way for him to see it so he could reevaluate himself.
Well, I'm an old school type of person, so even when I seem like I'm not doing nothing, I'm absolutely doing the most.
I don't doubt that at all.
And everybody can be reached. Sometimes it takes a certain type of person or a certain type of method to reach them.
Does anybody else want to talk? I mean, I feel like I'm hogging the mic.
Yeah, I feel like I'm on the spot here. I didn't interrupt y'all conversation.
Well, I see that Kevin just showed up, and he was in a hangout the other night, and I'm really upset because I'm really tired and I need to go to bed, so I can't stay up.
I think Prescott, he was the guy that you wanted to reach out through your monitor and strangle.
Well,
sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I had to.
I was being metaphorical.
I hear you.
That, now set it straight. I did not say that.
Oh, we lost Candy. Okay, there she is. We couldn't hear you. You kind of fell out. Say that one more time.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, the only thing that I was going to say to the whole question of Rob was that to me it's perfect because it is a case of there's a saying. Actually, I think everybody has some form of the saying, but the Dutch have a saying that basically says that which you hate or that what you are you hate or something like that is kind of like the things that you do that really the things that other people do that really annoy you are the things that you do yourself. And I don't know if it's whether that's just our subconscious trying to make us aware of our behavior or of our cognitive dissonance. And I kind of see that as an interesting thing with Rob. I'm sorry, I think I was...
Say that one more time for us, Candy.
Yeah. That is the mirror effect.
It's a mirror effect. Is that what you say?
Yes.
Adam asked a question. What's the meaning of life? It's a good question.
I was here talking and I muted myself.
Well.
Anyway, what I was saying is that with Rob, the harder that he tries to convince other people that he is right, he is always complaining about how other people insist that they are right.
Right. Right.
So it's just this kind of bizarre cycle, you know. It's like I'm right, I'm right, I'm right, and they have to believe me. Anyway, I do need to go to bed. It's almost 3 o'clock here, and I'm really tired. I was going to say really baked, but that means different things to different people. So,
well, take care, man. It's good hearing from you.
All right, I'll have to meet you another evening there, Kevin, and chat. It was really an informative discussion that you guys had the other night. I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, Prescott can strangle you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll strangle you later. All right, good night, guys.
Good night.
Well?
Why is everyone so quiet? I feel like I came and interrupted a game fight.
No, I just think we're all trying to find a topic to discuss now.
Oh, okay. Well, we've already covered Rob.
So what's this with Rob exactly? I'm not following exactly.
Rob's a good guy, but he's very aggressive in his approach. So than anything, he wants to probably sell a couple books. He wrote a book, and he wrote it because he was really passionate about the subject of the book. I have no idea what the book is about. Um, but so I think he started to chat so that he can um, get some conversation going and get people intrigued enough to read his book. But there's something about when people um,
Are you still there?
I'm here.
Okay. Cool.
I really liked Adam's topic, actually. You know, what's the meaning of life?
I mean, there's a general definition, I think, for the meaning of life. I'd say that a lot of philosophies and traditions seem to agree that the meaning of life is the pursuit of meaning, the pursuit of substance, something that lasts, something that carries on, a legacy, these kinds of things. Depending on how you orient that, obviously, you can get very specific, but I think that's really what we're talking about when we're talking about the meaning of life. Life of meaning, kind of like a reflex of itself. That's just my thinking on it.
What do you got for me, Adam? It's your topic.
I actually think that Kevin put that very, very nicely. I basically think of the question in the same way. That's like the answer I would come up with is basically the question, what is the meaning of life? Basically means what is the purpose of life, or what is the kind of overall importance of the various purposes of life. And I think that, like Kevin said, it's basically the pursuit of meaning. So it's kind of like the question almost like refers back to itself. Like the answer to the question is basically the question, like asking what is the meaning of life is the meaning of life. You're supposed to pursue that question. But I think a lot of people will take that as a subjective thing, like everyone finds their own answer and you invent your own answer and silly stuff like that. I think that's retarded. But I think that if you do believe that there is an objective truth, an objective meaning out there to the universe, there's various meaningful things to discover and to do. But ultimately, the ultimate goal, ultimate purpose, the sum total of it all is to figure that out and do it. Figure out what is meaningful and what is the meaning of things, and work towards doing things that are meaningful and reveal that.
Yeah, those are my thoughts exactly with regards to that. I mean, as far as it being objective versus subjective, I mean, we could talk about that till we're blue in the face, but the fact that we have the discussions about the meanings of life is in itself the pursuit. So I think really the antithesis of, life's meaning is people who go through it without any kind of pursuit. They say the unexamined life is not worth living, that kind of thing. So.
Right.
That's one thing that I've always appreciated, even though I'm a particular type of theist. I've always really appreciated existentialism as a secular philosophy. The idea that we that there is meaning to be had, even if there's no, concrete spiritual kind of meaning to things. That it can still be found, it can still be pursued. I think it's a much better alternative to a lot of the nihilism that you see amongst a lot of secularists and agnostics.
Huh. To me, I see existentialism and nihilism as being exactly the same. Only one is just like it's like a slightly different level where there's like pretend involved basically, but they both basically boil down to the same thing. There's no meaning, there's no truth, there's no anything. It's a very cynical, negative way to view the world.
I agree. They are definitely shades of the same essential idea of the lack of inherency of meaning. But I personally believe that to go to the full extent of nihilism, to believe that because there's no inherent meaning, nothing means anything, requires a lot more commitment to such an idea. I think the baseline of a person who believes that to play devil's advocate to this, the baseline of a person who believes that there's no inherent meaning is that there's no specific objective meaning. I don't think that it automatically precludes substance, that it precludes, I enjoy this, this has meaning to me. It's just saying that, you can't say for certain that this is meaningful in the same way for all people.
Right. Yeah, I guess I could agree with that. I definitely think that existentialism is a lot more. It at least has the surface of being a lot more positive. But I think that. Sorry, what was that?
What's your question?
What is that big word y'all use in existentialism?
Your question is what is what?
Is the question what existential?
You're lagging a little. You're lagging a little bit for us. Is it possible that you can adjust your bandwidth? Maybe try shutting off your camera so that it's a little bit more stable, the internet.
Oh,
It works a little better if your camera isn't on. You see the little camera button? There you go. Now, what's your question now?
What is existentialism?
Adam, you want to answer that for her, or?
I'm in no way an expert on it, so I don't know. I've never really studied philosophy, but basically, within what we're discussing, my understanding of it is that one of the core beliefs of existentialism is true meaning. There's no meaning, but important is that people things are meaningful to individuals. People basically make their own meaning, so they find meaning in each individual meaning, even if it's not meaning, shared.
Now, as far as I know, Adam, you're actually a proponent of that, right? You adhere to that?
No. I fucking hate existentialism. Like,
I think I've talked about. I think I talked about this with you. Didn't you? Are you a fan of Nietzsche?
Okay, so this is the thing. I appreciate works of art and literature that fall within existentialism as like artistically. Like I think that existentialists have created some really interesting works of. But as far as the philosophy, I think Nietzsche was a fucking brilliant author. I think the stuff that he wrote was magnificent. Conclusions that he came to, even though he expressed them so interesting way with so much emotion and so succinctly, you know, I think that the conclusion philosophy is just bankrupt.
Seems like a lot of people are having lag right now.
Sorry about that. I needed a flying DeLorean and a crazy doctor actually catch up to the conversation, so hopefully that fixed that.
Gotcha. Did you catch what I was saying?
You appreciate the art of it, but you don't adhere to it.
Yeah. And I really appreciate, like, very high that Nietzsche was a genius. Like, I think of him as one of my favorite authors. But as far as taking the philosophy literally, it hates me. Hate it. It, like, makes my fucking blood. Someone tries to preach X to me, I get very frustrated and angry.
On the subject of philosophies of meaning and as they to ethical philosophies, a particular philosophy that's had different permutations, I think is particularly interesting. And obviously, I'm coming from a bit of my own bias as a student of Greek religion. There's a philosophy that it's kind of misunderstood, but it's very basic level is actually pretty sophisticated. Hedonism. The classical school of hedonism. It's very, very misunderstood. A lot of our modern views of hedonism is that it's just a life of excess. A person who believes that the only thing of substance and meaning is just pure pleasure in that extent. But people misunderstand that the hedonists, in the hedonist school, it was basically viewed that pleasure in its ultimate form was the only thing of meaning. But in the hedonist school, it was viewed that doing good for oneself, doing good for others, for one's community, were all invariably rooted in one's own self-pleasure, one's own self-preservation, things to that effect. It was just a different way of looking at our actions and the way that we define meanings for things. What are your thoughts, Adam, on that?
I think that hedonism, as it's like popularly understood, sounds really fucked up and like negative and wrong. And a better understanding of hedonism would probably shed more light on, how I would portray it. But to me, even like the supposedly explained true version of it sounds corrupt to me. I think that they're missing they're taking one thing that's kind of positive some of the time and focusing too much on that.
I personally am not a hedonist, but I do think it's an interesting thing to debate about, even if you're just playing devil's advocate, because it gets you to think about how we define virtue. I take from a lot of the virtue ethics teachers and philosophers. That's more my grounding when it comes to ethics. But it does make you wonder. Can a person be ethical for its own sake, do good for its own sake, for the act itself, or is everything ultimately motivated by one's own personal pleasure, one's own self-preservation? That we are all eventually, inevitably doing things for ourselves.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that, like I was saying about existentialism, it just really gets on my nerves. Like, basically nihilism, existentialism, solipsism, hedonism, and pantheism are things that I just cannot relate to those philosophies at all. And it's like really frustrating to speak to people who hold those views, because I don't know if it's just the people encounter, but they've had a really or stupid. Well, it's like I don't understand how people could really think that the universe works that way.
I personally think that some of the motivation for people who, for all intents and purposes, are genuinely motivated by a lot of these more abstract forms of ethics and philosophies of meaning, whether they want to admit it or not, are largely just contrarian. I think of it kind of in this sense. A lot of people who have some kind of religious grounding, whether it's Christian, pagan, Buddhist, Hindu, Muslim, things of this effect, they generally follow an ethical code that's based on action and kind of on a logical or pragmatic sense. But even people who are secular, who are agnostic, things of this nature, generally follow a very similar kind of ethical concept. It's humanistic, it's utilitarian. Generally, it's focused on the greater good. I mean, they even called things like that in early Greek philosophy. The highest good was what people were invariably seeking. They were trying to see the bigger picture. And ethics is in some way based on the larger picture. Is it ethical in context? So I think to make those concerns about what is meaningful, what is ethical, it's largely based on a lot of the same principles. So when we see people who are like, well, the world is in your mind. Everything's just one thing, but it's not really, and so it's sort of, but not really. They're straddling between different regions. But to segue into kind of what you just said, I'm curious because this is a little outside of the parameter of it. What exactly bothers you about pantheism, Adam?
I'm sorry, I don't know if it's my end, but I kind of understand what you're saying. It jumbled.
All of it?
So what's the topic now in the discussion?
Well, I was kind of trying to talk to Adam about a few things that were kind of interrelated, but he said that he didn't pick it up. So, John, can you hear the gist of what I'm saying right now, or is it garbled?
Oh, you're coming in fine for me.
Okay. So Adam and Candy have been having lag issues. That seems to be consistent right now. All right. I'll just briefly tell you what I was kind of trying to say to John. Still there, John? Can you still hear me?
Oh yeah, I'm here. What's up, man?
Yeah, Candy jumped on and then something happened. And you didn't respond, so I was a little freaked out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not know there was a question in that. What?
I was going to explain briefly what I mentioned to Adam and what the context was. He was saying that he has some problems with certain philosophies I've kind of said are largely almost motivated by a sort of contrarianism. Nihilism, existentialism, I mentioned hedonism, he mentioned solipsism, and he was mentioning that he felt that pantheism was also one of those ones that he kind of doesn't understand. And I was trying to understand what exactly about pantheism he found contrarian. But what I can kind of just glean from this kind of group of ideas is that a lot of the philosophies that bother people who study philosophy or religion in general are the ones that kind of straddle an edge of something. They can't stick to a just general core idea or framework. They have to kind of be somewhere in between. So it's almost like they're not just even contrarian, but they're almost purposefully vague. You know, it's like when you deal with teenagers. They're always finding new terms for themselves. I mean, I'm sure you probably don't have as much experience of this with me, but as a polytheist, I deal with the pagan community, and you should hear the long, drawn-out like terms that people use for themselves. It's like they might as well just put like 7 hyphens on their on the number of terms they use for themselves, and it's just ridiculous. At some point, just you're pagan, you're a polytheist, whatever. I mean, it's all kind of the same thing. I find though that a lot of people that have these long, drawn-out terms for each other, for themselves, are people who don't want to stick to something. And I think you get a lot of this too with the kind of redundant philosopher. So they're an anarcho-capitalist, syndicalist, nihilist, this or that. Like they're adding 5 or 6 different philosophies to each other. Not that the core philosophies themselves are bad. But when you start stacking them together like that, it's like you're creating a philosophical smokescreen, something that doesn't really even exist. It's just there for, I don't know, excess. You may as well just have like a giant phallus sitting in your room, taking up space and drawing attention. I honestly feel that's what it is. It's like a philosophical impotence that has to be compensated with by the addition of extra factors or something. It's just really strange. Any thoughts?
I really have never dealt with the pagan community, so I can't really speak to the hyphen issue. But it seems interesting.
But have you experienced in debates, philosophical debates, that one person in the room who has a personal philosophy that is so redundant and excessive that it just doesn't really make sense that they would have so many things mixed together? And they're the kind of people that are very vague when they speak. They a lot of times they'll produce a straw man, or they'll avoid the question with another question, or they won't really completely answer a question that's posed or a general statement. I mean, like these are the people who, when they write an essay, would make a very vague thesis statement and spend 4 or 5 pages going on and on, but there's very little substance of what they're saying. Have you encountered anything like that, John?
You know what? I probably have. I just can't think of anyone off the top of my head, to be honest with you. But maybe Rob. Have you ever talked to Rob?
I think I have. Maybe in the past. I used to be a part of some of the stick-on groups way back in the day, so I'm sure I've talked to him or somebody like him. Here's another mundane example, one that's a little less cerebral. You ever been at a party and you're just talking about whatever, and then the subject of people's interests come up, right? And then one that's near and dear to me because I'm big into art is music. You end up talking to somebody, and you're generally people like, okay, this is the core shit I listen to. I'm really into this and that or whatever, and it seems to have a general theme to it. Like that one guy was really into punk music and just kind of stayed in that general vicinity. The one guy that's into heavy metal, he has a variety, like a bouquet of different things he likes. You know, the electronic dude who sends to like 5 or 6 different genres, goes to the occasional club, this and that, has a general theme to it. But then you have that one person who, I mean, they're basically intentionally vague. You ask them the question, what do you like? And the first thing out of their mouth is, I like everything. And obviously, to the eye rolls of anybody with a brain, you continue just out of sheer curiosity. And you end up spending, you know, a good 30 minutes talking to a person who seems like they don't even have their feet on the ground. They're just floating around with their vague ideas and smoke screens. You can never get them to stick to anything. But I find that the core root of that, with the people who can't pick an interest, is the same for the people who can't pick a general philosophy to root themselves in. They just want to have the appearance of something. They like the aesthetic or the surface element of a certain thing. So they kind of glob onto the very, very rudimentary aspects of something to make themselves appear cool. It's like a high school kid that has a Che Guevara poster and calls himself a communist or a socialist, but knows very little about, you know, the history of socialism. Or the one kid who has 3 or 4 band shirts because a bunch of the people that he was around had those kind of band shirts. But when you actually talk to these people, they don't have any of the substance. I think it's a really big problem online because people aren't really given the motivation to actually have thorough opinions. They can just run away. Or at best, they're anonymous.
Right.
Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, and you say you find this often a lot in the so-called pagan community that you hang out in, or used to in Stickam and such?
I found it in pagan communities. I found it in music subculture communities. I found it in philosophy groups. I found it in geek groups, groups focused on comic books and cosplay, and Renaissance fairs and creative reenactments of battle things and this and that. History geeks, people of any general interest or hobby or community. You will find a large portion of people who are kind of just hanging out. It's like they're kind of a part of the herd, but there's very little substance when you actually get into having a conversation with them. And then they get really defensive when you get down to it. And I know there's a negative to that. I mean, I don't want to be that one guy who's like, you're not true to this or that. You don't belong here. You know, get in somebody's face. I'm not saying that, but it seems like, and it's more likely in an online environment for people to kind of just be there for the look of it or the feel of it without really having any real reason to be there.
Huh. I mean, I'm not really sure what to say. I mean, shit. Sounds kind of like me in a way. I don't know what to say.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well,
I always see myself as kind of a wandering soul, you know, a little bit. You know, trying to find a way, trying to find a group to stick with a little bit. So I don't know.
I would actually
so what's
say...
the what would be your what was your explanation to that? I think you said earlier.
A lot of times I think it's a certain degree of insecurity. A lot of times it's a lack of self-confidence. It takes a certain degree of bravery to be like, you know, this really reflects how I am, and there's a commitment involved with it, and I really want to develop this and study this and get into it and put the time and energy to do so. But we have a lot of, you know, self-entitlement in our culture right now. We have a lot of, you know, instant gratification in our culture right now. So a lot of people aren't given the swift kick in the ass to get on gear with something, or to get on board, that is, with something, to spend the time, the energy, and the focus to actually learn a subject, get involved, kind of understand something a little bit more in depth. But on the flip side of that, I mean, there are eclectics in whatever thing I could mention to you here. But eclecticism that is motivated and thorough is more difficult than picking something. You have a lot of people who call themselves eclectic in their music taste, eclectic in the way they dress, or this or that. And it's this term that I really dislike because I feel that it's become meaningless. A lot of people just use it to kind of say, I kind of like a little of everything, but not any one thing with any real depth. So the people I know who are eclectic, who are they're very eccentric, they're very well studied in a variety of different things. I would say that in a qualitative way I'm eclectic because I've studied everything. I don't stick to one thing. How do I put this? I stick to certain things more than I do others, but I try to have a good fundamental basis of understanding for the other things that I'm interested in. It's just, and I know it's not easy, but a lot of people seem to claim to have more than they do. If people were a little bit more honest about it, like you are, where you're saying, well, I'm kind of just wandering. I'm still kind of finding some stuff. I'm still kind of seeking and learning things. The problem is that there's people are pseudo-eclectic and claim to know more than they actually know. And it's kind of fucking annoying because our culture supports it.
Reuven says he's going to want to shut down the room, so he wants me to do the sign-off message. So thank you for watching. Please comment, rate, and subscribe. Check him out on Facebook, which is his screen name here, Reuven Goldstein. And go subscribe to him on Facebook because you can get the link to the rooms in the future. Thank you.